The Committee of Finance is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, can I have a roll call, please?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., present. Senator Janelle K. Serow. Senator Serow, present. Senator Kurt A. Vialet.
Here.
Senator Vialet, present. Mr. Chair, you have 5 present, 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any correspondence?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
Correspondence dated July 19th, 2022. The Honorable Kurt Vialet, Chairperson, Committee on Finance, Legislature of the Virgin Islands, 3022 Estate Golden Rock, Christiansted St. Croix, Virgin Islands. Dear Chairperson Vialet, please accept this letter as a formal notice of my late arrival to today's Committee on Finance meeting, which is scheduled to begin at 9 a.m. in the Fritz E. Lewetz Legislative Conference Room on St. Croix. Please have all circulated documents placed on my desk for immediate review upon my arrival. Thank you for your consideration on this matter. Kindest regards, Donna Fred Gregory, President, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Please mark, I missed that, Madam Clerk.
Late arrival.
Please mark Senator Donna Fred Gregory as sorry. Any more correspondence?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay, let me get the count.
Mr. Chair, you have 5 present, 1 absent, 1 tardy.
Thank you. You may proceed and read the agenda into the record. And let me acknowledge Senator Noble Francis before I continue. No one there. Welcome, Senator Francis. You may proceed, Madam Clerk.
The Committee on Finance for Fiscal Year 2023 budget hearing for Tuesday, July 19th, 2022 at 9 a.m. in the Fritz E. Lewetz Legislative Conference Room, Christiansted, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands. The Committee on Finance will receive testimony on the proposed Fiscal Year 2023 executive budget for the Government of the Virgin Islands of the United States. At 9 a.m., the Department of Labor invited testifiers Gary Molloy, Commissioner. And at 12:30 p.m., the Bureau of Information Technology invited testifiers Rupert O. Ross, Director. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of today's agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. We're going to begin by allowing the Department of the Labor team to put the name and title on the record, beginning with the commissioner who would be participating virtually. Commissioner Molloy.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioner Gary Molloy, Department of Labor.
Okay, thank you. And then we'll go in the well.
Good morning, all. Nisha Christian Hendrickson, Assistant Commissioner, Legal Counsel, VIDOL.
Good morning, Gene Ford, Assistant Commissioner.
Good morning, Maurice Wells, Director of Business Administration.
Good morning, Patricia Canigata, Director of Human Resources.
Okay, let's begin with those individuals who participated virtually. Beginning with the young lady on the top of the screen. What I'll do, Ms. Hendrickson, can you just call out the name and then let them put the name on the record?
Good morning, Sadek Roberts, Special Projects Coordinator.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning.
Yes, go ahead.
Good morning. Good morning, Shanika Sebastian, Director of Youth and Apprenticeship.
Dean.
Good morning, Stephen Adams Jr., Chief Compliance Officer.
Director
Good morning, Charlene Hodge, Director of Workforce Development Services.
Director Andrews.
Next.
Good morning.
morning.
Gwen Steele, Director of Labor Relations.
Good morning, Dean Andrews, Director of OSHA.
Good morning, Roger Richard, Director of Information Technology.
Good morning.
Good morning, Joan Herman, Chief Planning, Research and Monitoring.
Good morning, Rainier Thomas, Director of Workers' Compensation.
Good morning, Brenda Collins, Director of Maintenance.
Good morning, June Austin, Chief Administrative Law Judge, Hearings and Appeals Unit.
Good morning, Kevin Denon, Chief Procurement Officer.
Good morning, Davina Martinez, Public Information Officer.
Thank you. Is that it?
Good morning, Kenneth Milligan, Director of Federal Grants.
Director Halyard.
Good morning, Gary Halyard, Acting Director of Unemployment Insurance and Director of Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Anyone else, Commissioner? Or that's it?
That should be it, Senator. Director Dana McDougall has asked me to be excused.
Okay, thank you so much. You may proceed with your testimony. Before you...
Thank you.
Well, 1 minute. I'd like to welcome Senator Carla Joseph. Thank you for coming. You may proceed now.
Good morning, Honorable Senator Kurt A. Viale, honorable members of the Committee on Finance, distinguished senators, ladies and gentlemen, listening and viewing audiences. I am Gary Molloy, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Labor. I am here today with members of my senior leadership team, Attorney Nisha Christian Hendrickson, Assistant Commissioner and Legal Counsel, Mr. Gene Ford, Assistant Commissioner, Mr. Maurice Wells, Director of Business and Administration, Ms. Patricia Canigata, Director of Human Resources, and the other members of my senior leadership team is here with me virtually via Teams. I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for honoring my request to testify virtually under my circumstances. We humbly appear before this distinguished body to discuss the Virgin Islands Department of Labor's proposed general fund budget request of $7,465,404 for fiscal year 2023. Scope and overview. The Virgin Islands Department of Labor receives its authority pursuant to Titles 3, 24, 27, and 29 of the Virgin Islands Code, the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act of 2014, the Occupational Safety and Health Act of 1970, OSHA, and other federal laws which require the development of administrative structures that govern and enforce fair labor standards and protect the people of the Virgin Islands from any threat to health, morals, and general welfare. This department is comprised of the following divisions or units: the Bureau of Labor Statistics, BLS, Workforce Development Unit, DWDU, Division of Unemployment Insurance, UI, Division of Labor Relations, LR, Division of Occupational Safety and Health, DOSH, Division of Workers' Compensation, WC, Division of Hearing and Appeals, HA, Planning, Research and Monitoring, PRNM, Business and Administration, BA, Compliance Unit, Information Technology, IT, Management Information Systems, MIS. The Virgin Islands Department of Labor is a service, regulatory, and social organization. Through these divisions and units, we provide a myriad of diverse services and programs that are interrelated to constitute our workforce development and security systems. The overview. The Virgin Islands Department of Labor's FY 2023 budget is $7,465,404. The breakdown is highlighted as follows. Personnel services, $3,771 and $3,371,357. Fringe benefits, $1,492,453. Supplies, $222,508. Other services, $1,172,200. Utility services, $154,802. Capital projects, $367,592. M1920 compliance, $284,492. Our FY budget resources include, from the general fund, $7,465,404. From federal grants, $7,045,656. And from the government insurance fund, $1,904,464. I'm sorry. Employees by district, 67 employees in the St. Thomas, St. John district, 58 employees in the St. Croix district. The Virgin Islands Department of Labor is currently staffed with 125 employees territory-wide, inclusive of 12 temporary employees. For fiscal year 2023, the general fund budget, a total of $7,465,404 is budgeted to include the salaries and fringe benefits and the wages for summer youth work employment program. This total broken down for FY 2023 reflects the total salary and fringe of $5,263,810 for 66 positions, with the remaining $2,201,594 for mandatory operating costs. The government insurance fund for FY 2023, $1,385,526 is budgeted for salary and fringe for 21 positions, and the remaining $518,938 for mandatory operating costs. The total federal budget for FY 2023 is $989,571 and is budgeted for salary and fringe for 54 positions, with the remaining $3,056,085 for other mandatory operating costs. The Virgin Islands Department of Labor uses these funds to continue servicing the Virgin Islands workforce and community with employment services, unemployment insurance, job placement, workers' compensation insurance, and other services and compliance as mandated by local and federal law. Our focus moving forward is to continue our operations to be more customer-centric through the automation of manual processes and the integration of services in key areas. Our budget reflects this focus and commitment. FY 2022 accomplishments as of June 30th, 2022, and the focus for 2023. A total of 28 individuals were hired from October 2021 through June 2022, totaling $2,020,313.51 in salary and fringe. There were 16 new hires, 7 promotions, 3 temporary staff, and 2 transfers. 146 Workforce Innovation and Opportunity WIOA customers were serviced using a case management approach during this period. Of that, 102 adults and 44 dislocated workers. 70 customers were referred and participated in occupational skills training during program year 2021. Customers were referred to eligible training providers to complete the required courses and receive certifications in the areas of medical, construction, hospitality, and information technology. 30 of our customers who were referred to the Department of Education completed courses in preparation for certification in phlebotomy, certified nursing assistant, medical administrative assistant, licensed practical nurse, culinary arts, National Construction Certification, Education and Research, which is the NCCER core curriculum, and Child Development Associate. The Skills for the Day program trained individuals in the following areas: construction training with 135 participants in the NCCER core with a current expenditure in the program of $466,620. Craft training, electrical, 26 participants with a current expenditure in the program of $155,786. Plumbing, 14 participants with a current expenditure in the program of $84,796. Welding, 18 participants with a current expenditure in the program of $81,000. For a total of 58 participants and a current expenditure in the craft skill area of $321,582. Supervisory, crew leaders, 11 participants with a current expenditure in the program of $4,400. The non-construction training or the on-the-job training and the customized training. Healthcare, 52 participants, and the current expenditure in this program thus far is $123,000. In the hospitality area, we have 19 participants, and they are being paid currently at the $10.50 per hour. In the marine area, we have 2 participants that are earning $15 an hour. In the telecommunications area, we have 3 participants that are earning between $10.50 and $14 per hour. And in the apprenticeship program that's linked to the Skills for the Day, healthcare, we have 6 participants that are earning $20 per hour. Workforce development continues to build stronger and better relationships with employers throughout the territory, recognizing that employers drive the workforce. We have enhanced our communication avenues, bringing together individuals looking for employment and employers looking for job seekers. We have continued with Workforce Wednesdays during this year. This 20-minute weekly live broadcast gives the opportunity to share information and updates on our programs and services. We recently launched Connect to Business, a new initiative where we feature businesses by introducing them to the community through our social media pages. 97 employers participated in our last webinar, indicating our progress in connecting with employers. We were able to support 104 hires from October 1, 2021 to present. The Virgin Islands Department of Labor also assisted the Divi Carina Bay Resort and Casino by hosting 2 job fairs at the resort on April 27th and May 18th, 2022. 17 candidates were hired as a direct result of the job fair. The Virgin Islands Department of Labor's Youth Services continues to help youth overcome barriers to employment, prepare for post-secondary education and employment opportunities, attain educational and/or skills training credentials, and secure employment through an array of programs and services such as the Jobs for America's Graduates, JAG-3I. The last week began in Las Vegas, Nevada on Monday, July 11th with the JAG-VI program in the 4 high schools receiving the highest JAG National Performance Award for the 5 of 5. The JAG-VI has a graduation rate of 94.4%, and from that percentage, 58.8% pursued further education, one of the highest percentages across the JAG national network. Outside of the 58.8%, 98.4% of the students received full-time jobs, one of the highest percentage rates in the entire 39-state national network. The week ended on Friday, July 15th, with the Virgin Islands Department of Labor and the Ritz-Carlton receiving the High Performer Award, and Miss Camelia Fibres, Charlotte Amalia High School, and Miss Josette Innes, Ivana Eudora Kens High School. These are the JAG specialists. They receiving the Peak Performance Award. We would like to offer special congratulations to two students of this year's JAG graduating class, Brandon Williams, the valedictorian and student leader of the year for the Ivana Eudora Ken High School, and Tafari Lee, the student of the year. Also this year, the Department of Labor was able to pay wages for the students that participated in the on-the-job training. The students were paid $10.50 an hour for a maximum of 176 hours. Thank you to the continued partnership with Chairman Pickering and the Casino Control Commission for providing funding for FY 2022 to contribute to the success of the JAG VI program. The JAG VI program is expected to expand in the 2022-2023 school year to add an additional program in the 4 public high schools, 2 on St. Thomas and 2 on St. Croix. The I Am the Future campaign seeks to empower the youth with programs and services available for them to gain experience and knowledge to build a career that will allow them to participate in the forming of the future of the Virgin Islands. We have met and exceeded the required federal youth negotiated performance measures in employment, credential, and measurable skills gained based on the last quarter's report. These measures include the amount of youth that enter employment or placement, youth median earnings, youth credential attainment, and youth measurable skill gains. The Youth and Apprenticeship team provided work-based learning opportunities through the Summer Youth Work Experience Program, the Labor Investing for Tomorrow, LIFT program, and the Work, Learn, and Earn WLE program. The Summer Youth Employment Program is projected to serve well over 1,000 students between the ages of 14 to 25 with a paid work experience or a career exploration opportunity. As we did last year, all youth in our summer program will be paid in a timely manner. This summer, the LIFT program will be providing opportunities for 48 interns through hands-on experience in their field of study, networking and branding workshops, radio appearances, and a meet and greet with former LIFT interns. With the continued success of the LIFT program, Governor Bryan has committed to expanding the LIFT program with an additional $500,000 infusion of ARPA funding. Internship opportunities will be available in the fall starting September 5th and ending on November 25th, 2022 for a total of 12 weeks. 2012, there will be another spring LIFT opportunity with the dates to be announced at a later time. The Work, Learn, and Earn program is a 12-week paid work experience program for out-of-school youth ages 17 to 24 who have either received, are without, or are currently working on obtaining their high school diploma and have limited or no work experience. We have provided work experience opportunities for 36 out-of-school youth during this program period. To date, there are 7 active registered apprenticeship programs in the Virgin Islands and 14 apprentices. Our first apprentice successfully completed the required hours and is now a full-time employee with the program sponsor. The Virgin Islands Department of Labor is working with a number of interested sponsors to develop apprenticeship opportunities in culinary arts, health services, automotive repair, pipe fitter, massage therapy, and cosmetology. In calendar year 2022, the Division of Unemployment Insurance dispersed $11,313,749 as of July 15th in unemployment compensation to claimants. This is in addition to the $110,127,125 in 2020 and $107,424,436 in 2021, for a total of $228,885,310 during the pandemic period, with over 27,000 claims at the height of the relief effort. In an effort to prevent fraudulent internet activity, we have contracted professional services to assist the unemployment insurance with fraud detection. During the pandemic, the Virgin Islands Unemployment Insurance was awarded approximately $4.3 million in federal funds under the CARES Act, the Continued Assistance Act, and the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA, to cover the program rollout and improving fraud prevention. The awarded funds have strict criteria on the allowable cost objectives and cannot be used towards other overhead nor personnel services activities. Although our current unobligated balance seems very high, the awarded amounts have exceeded the actual costs required to enhance our operating systems. The pandemic-related funding for this initiative has been extended to June of 2023. The Virgin Islands Department of Labor continues to follow the strict requirements described in the CARES Act and in the ARPA Act. In the third quarter of 2022, we have improved the timeliness at which the interstate claims off-island payments are made from 3.1% to 47.7%. The unemployment insurance program continues to automate in several areas. In 2020, the Virgin Islands Department of Labor moved from the manual paper process to a system where claimants could file online and receive direct deposits. In 2021 and in 2022, we have continued improvements, including the Unemployment Insurance State Information Data Exchange System, or SIDES, and the upgrade of the online employer tax portal. The SIDES program is used as a tool to gather information on claimants, wages, and records from employers throughout the nation was upgraded. The employer portal will allow employers to file electronic quarterly reports and pay taxes online by January of 2023. The Bureau of Labor Statistics Unit conducted quarterly census, employment, wages, statistical program survey. The BLS published the 2023 short-term occupational projections, current payroll employment statistics, and the quarterly data on industry, employers, employment counts, and ranking in the territory on the Virgin Islands Electronic Workforce System, or VIEWS. Additionally, the Bureau of Labor Statistics maintained a 90% collection rate on survey responses from employers. Labor Relations received a total of 31 wage claim charges. 18 of those claims were closed. A total of $11,435.26 was collected in wages owed. 28 wrongful discharge claims were received and processed by the Division of Hearing and Appeals. 2 discrimination charges were received and both cases were closed. To date, 169 minor work permits were issued. The Division of Labor Relations has ramped up visits to employers and will be working with the Equal Opportunity Commission, the EEOC, the Wage and Hour Division of the United States Department of Labor, the Disabilities Rights Center of the Virgin Islands, and other agencies with upcoming training strategies for businesses to assist disabled employees in the workplace. The Virgin Islands Division of Occupational Safety and Health, VIDOSH, in collaboration with various internal and external agencies, hosted a number of seminars, including an employer webinar, assessing hazards in the workplace while work within a new norm for the employers, with key information on the return to the workplace. The big picture, OSHA in the Virgin Islands, with a focus on the available safety and health resources and program elements. The big picture is a collaboration of VIDOSH, VI Center for Excellence in Learning and in Leadership and Learning, UVI Cell, and the Occupational Safety and Health regional and national offices. There were over 700 registered participants. In FY 2022, the Workers' Comp Administration received from the Government Insurance Fund a total of $2.5 million in benefit dollars and expended the sum of $2,419,093.95 as follows. In St. Croix, a total of $493,492.12 was paid in injured worker claims, and in St. Thomas, a total of $334,017.69 claims were paid. Provider invoices were paid in the amount of $1,02,748.94 in St. Croix, $557,969.20 in St. Thomas. Injured workers' travel was paid in the amounts of $4,361.38 in St. Croix and $1,504.62 in St. Thomas. Additionally, unfortunately, there was one death benefit paid in the amount of $25,000. The Hearing and Appeals Unit provided direct service to the customers with accurate information regarding labor laws, claimants' rights, and statutory authority regarding the administrative hearing process. The unit presently adjudicates hearings and appeals in the areas of wrongful discharge and unemployment insurance appeals. In FY 2022, 42 unemployment insurance appeals were filed, 31 have been closed, and 11 remain pending. This represents a closure rate of 81%. A total of 28 wrongful discharge cases were filed, 23 have been adjudicated, and 5 are pending. All hearings are noticed to the parties and are held telephonically or via Zoom. The Business and Administration Division has diligently continued to support and address all audits, findings, and discrepancies and deficiencies of the department. Although the Virgin Islands Department of Labor was placed in high-risk category for fiscal findings in December of 2016, in late 2019, the U.S. Department of Labor determined that the Virgin Islands Department of Labor had 54 high-risk fiscal findings. We are pleased to announce that as of fiscal year 2022, we have removed all high-risk fiscal findings and have drafted an official request to the United States Department of Labor Regional Office to be removed from the high-risk designation and will submit for review and consideration within a few weeks. MIS is our management information system is a newly established division charged with transforming Vital's captured data into useful, insightful information and providing the department's online and improving the department's online presence. Since the development of the unit, an online application process was created for the summer youth employment programs, the youth and apprenticeship and workforce development units. Websites were redesigned and modernized, and an online registration portal was configured for eligible training providers, which will be integrated with our VIEW system. Information technology, IT unit, continues to work and support the IT needs, whether it be phone, cybersecurity, hardware, or software, and conducting internal training to increase our productivity. Vital focus and goals for 2023. The focus and goals for the Virgin Islands Department of Labor in fiscal year 2023 include enhancing data collection and reporting capabilities for deeper, actionable, real-time workforce insights that serve to improve the Virgin Islands Department of Labor programs' effectiveness and performance. We will also increase capacity and performance outcomes through external partnerships, policy, and enforcement. Lastly, we will build the USVI talent pipeline by developing the workforce development agenda and reestablishing the Virgin Islands Department of Labor as the leader in the workforce arena. With a transition to performance-based budgeting, the focus and goals for fiscal year 2023 will include the key performance indicators from our fiscal year 2022. The Bureau of Labor Statistics FY 2023 focus and goals include producing annual labor economic analysis for the Virgin Islands, publishing quarterly census of employment wages for industry employment, conducting surveys for occupational wages and occupational injury and illness, maintaining partnerships with VI government agencies on workforce data, conducting monthly sample of establishments, payrolls, and current employment statistics program, partner with the Bureau of Economic Research to conduct a private sector business activity survey to assess the current COVID pandemic impact, expand employer quarterly data to provide hourly and annual wages and occupation in the Virgin Islands workforce. Workforce development, focus and goals include Virgin Islands Department of Labor will continue to engage with our partners to provide training for adult, youth, dislocated workers and apprenticeship, and conduct a number of work-based learning solutions to include customized training, incumbent worker training, occupational classroom training, on-the-job training or OJTs, public service employment, and federally recognized registered apprenticeships to meet the demands of the selected targeted industries. These are related to the Vision 2040 to include hospitality, construction, healthcare, hotel and hospitality, marine, massage therapy, and pipe fitters. Further integration of Equis as the new America's Job Center one-stop operator, continued partnership with ICF and UVI to build out hospitality and cybersecurity apprenticeship programs, continue improvement of performance outcomes in the areas of credentialing, or credential attainment, skill gains, and the number of program participants entering employment, continued monitoring of the report and the completion percentage of all programs, building the USVI talent pipeline with career exploration available from kindergarten through 12th grade, including site visits, class mentorships, job shadowing, class presentation, internships, summer employment, and pre-apprenticeship. Targeted industries, again, these are tied to the Vision 2040, to include agribusiness, coastal ocean resources, health science, light manufacturing, professional and tech services, renewable energy, research and development, and tourism. On May 11, 2022, the Virgin Islands Department of Labor and the Research and Technology Park entered into a memorandum of agreement that will assist in the attraction and retention of the Virgin Islanders abroad through collaboration and the use of the RT Park's Vista Plus portal. The funds have been obligated from the Economic Development or EDC account. Youth and Apprenticeship FY 2023 focus goals include to increase the total number of youth served in the territory, increase credential attainment to meet Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act or WIOA negotiated performance goals that's done by the board, Virgin Islands Workforce Development Board, increase the number of youth enrolled in work experience opportunities, combine development of work experience program for out of school youth ages 17 to 24 who have either received or are without or are currently working on obtaining their high school diploma and have limited or no work experience. On the area of apprenticeship, we're going to increase the number of newly registered apprenticeship programs, sponsors by engaging with the community, the employer community, and the U.S. Department of Labor of apprenticeship to increase exposure to this effective career pathway, increase the number of newly registered apprenticeship programs in the St. Thomas St. John district, especially in the area of marine and hospitality. The unemployment insurance focus for 2023 and goals, continued hiring and development of critical staff, the automation of the initial and continued claims process, the reconciliation and resolution of overpayments, implementation of proper quality controls, identification and collection of outstanding employer UI contributions, implementation of the payroll variation, relaunching of the UI employer portal, automating the UI data validation and the UI federal reporting process. Under labor relations for FY 2023 focus on goals, conduct thorough audits of business operations to provide education and ensure compliance with areas under jurisdiction, including wage and hour and plant closings, provide timely, impartial, and equitable dispute resolution and settlement of benefits and wage disputes between parties, provide technical assistance, public service announcements, and educational outreach to the public about the areas under jurisdiction, inclusive of outreach to the business community on the labor laws of the Virgin Islands, increase the number of annual compliance visits and annual outreach events. Under the division of OSHA, Occupational Safety and Health, we're going to promote safety and health in the Virgin Islands, state and local government workplaces, improve workplace safety and health for all Virgin Islands state and local government workers as evidenced by fewer hazards, reduced exposures, reduced injuries, illnesses, and fatalities, increase the public sector VIDASH services on the island of St. John, in the St. John district, and develop the Governor's Occupational and Safety Health Conference. Under our Workers' Compensation Administration for FY 2023 focus on goals, we're going to become completely paperless by 2023, develop and implement a provider fee schedule agreement, revise and update Title 24, Chapter 11 of the Virgin Islands Code, Workers' Compensation Administration Law, educate the public on Workers' Compensation Administration's role in responding to workplace injuries with the best, most appropriate medical care at a reasonable cost, and to return employees back to work as soon as medically possible, increase the percent of payments processed within 30 days under the Hearing and Appeals Unit for FY 2023 focus on goals, continuing outreach, especially geared towards high school students about the labor laws of the Virgin Islands, implement in-house sessions aligned with the workforce development and labor relations and unemployment divisions, and hold quarterly workshops regarding the labor laws with an emphasis on claimants and employers, continue to decide and close wrongful discharge cases and unemployment cases within a timely manner. The Division of Planning, Research, and Monitoring, FY 2023 focus on goals include continued development of processes, templates, and tools, fiscal monitoring, including the WIOA programs, the Summer Youth Work Experience Program, and eligible training providers, consistency and standardization of unit documents, procedures, and practices. All programs maintain successful achievement and that proper systems are in place to meet the requirements of the law. Under the compliance unit for FY 2023 focus goals, we will continue to focus with the equal opportunity, non-discrimination, on-site reviews, file reviews, client interviews, staff interviews, monitoring and investigating the recipient's activities and the activities of the entity to ensure that the recipients are not violating their non-discrimination and equal opportunity obligations under WIOA. This includes monitoring and the collection of data required in this part to ensure compliance with the non-discrimination and the equal opportunity requirements of WIOA, and reviewing the recipient's written policies to make sure that those policies are non-discriminatory. In conclusion, the Virgin Islands Department of Labor continues to administer a system of effective programs and services designed to develop, protect, and maintain a viable workforce. I would like to take the opportunity to personally thank the Brian Roach administration, the Office of Management and Budget team, and most importantly, my Virgin Islands Department of Labor family for their continued commitment, efforts on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands. As senators, we humbly and requestfully ask that you grant favorable consideration of the requested level of $7,465,404 for this fiscal year 2023 budget. This budget is adequate to address the immediate priorities of the Virgin Islands Department of Labor for the upcoming fiscal year. To the extent that a need arises for any additional resources, we will be discussing that directly with Governor Bryan and Director O'Neill. So again, thank you once again. My staff and I are ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your testimony. Colleagues, we're going to go into a 6-minute round, beginning with Senator Blyden. Senator Blyden, you recognize. I'd also like to acknowledge you for your start. Senator Carrion, thank you for joining us. Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, listening and viewing audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning, Commissioner Molloy, with your management team there with you, and thank you so much for that comprehensive testimony. You have a lot going on at Labor, and you have many different divisions that are doing a lot of important work. But I want to start with a postal report since we are doing a budget hearing. Can we go to page 3 of 18, please? Because I realize that you have a budget cut of $305,000, and based on your testimony and based on the personnel services on that same page, I see that in that particular area, there's a $79,000 variance, which is a 13% decrease. What areas have been affected as a result of that? And who speaks to that from the department perspective?
Thank you for that, Senator. I will allow Director Maurice Wells, Business Administration.
Hi, good morning, Maurice Wells. The reduction was due to, for the previous fiscal, well, this current fiscal for 22, we had several critical hires, and so they were, for the critical hires, they were included and embedded in our general fund figures. But for 23, we moved everybody to the correct funding. So if you look at page 3, you'll see a decrease in the general fund side, but if you go down to the government insurance side, personnel, you'll see an increase.
Okay, very well. So they were just shifted in position. You didn't really lose much,
You
any
didn't lose
position.
nobody. Right.
Okay, very well. Well, thank you for that explanation. What about on page 4, though, under other services and charge, from 572,000 to 59,000 for fiscal year 23? What's going on in that space? Can someone address that?
Director Wells?
Okay, Maurice Wells.
Yes, Director Wells.
This is the P&I account. So what you see in the 571, those are professional services that we had for FY22. The figures that they have listed for 23, we don't know where that came from because we haven't requested any funds for FY23 as yet.
Okay, very well. Let's go to page 6, which is under actual expenditures, advertisement and promotion. Because I know you have a lot of different programs going on, a lot of outreach, etc. For fiscal year 21, you spent 107,000, but thus far, up to March of this year, only 33,000. Why is that? And we have way more activities going on at the department. Can someone speak to that for me, please?
Maurice Wells.
Yeah, thank you again.
We spent more money than that, but it was less of an impact on the general fund. So we had different funding sources that we were able to tap into to assist in the advertising of a Department of Labor.
Let's go to the federal grants. Page 9. There are 2, 4, 6, 7. At least 8 poor grants that had expired as of June of this year. First of all, have we expended those funds? If not, what are we doing? And what impact have they made on the department?
Maurice Wells, we haven't expended all the funds, but just to start out, all the CARES Act funding has been extended to 6/30/2023. So we still have time to expend the funds.
So, so we have a plan in
And
place.
Senator, if I may, in my testimony, that's why I indicated that those are funds that were received with specific criteria. And so we did get an extension on all of those funds that you see that are expiring on June of 2022 to June of 2023. We do not anticipate spending all the funds received because all state areas receive pretty much the same amount of funding to be able to roll out those programs. But as I mentioned before, they're heavily regulated, and so we're using them strictly as they are expected to be utilized.
So you said they're highly regulated and they're for a specific purpose and intention. And you say you don't anticipate using all of those fundings. So, questioning, because I note in your testimony with many of the programs, you know, we look where we have some challenges. Let me go to your testimony right quick. I know I'm all over the place, but
1 minute.
It's all related, because you spoke to on page of your page. The testimony spoke to the program that deals with the apprentices, and that number you quoted was, I believe, 7 and 14, correct? Am I correct? 7 and 14.
Yes, in the apprenticeship programs.
What's going on with that program? Talk to me, because I know you have spoken about it several times in terms of your outreach, etc. So I like to know what's going on with that program.
Okay, well, the apprenticeship program is as we continue to say, it's different from what we are accustomed to as a regular mentorship program. the registered apprenticeship program, you have to, the employers, it's employer driven. The employers have to have a vacancy and hire an individual and then be a sponsor. And then we work with them and the U.S. Department of Labor in making sure that there's the appropriate coursework and everything is in place for them to not only gain the experience, but gain the additional nationally certified credential. And so we have 7 registered apprenticeship sponsored programs in the territory, which have 14 registered apprentices. That's different from any of our on-the-job training, our customized training, but the apprenticeship program is specifically, and again, we are being a state, registered state agency, we're complying with all the local as well as federal requirements.
Time.
In conclusion, Mr. Chair,
You may proceed.
what's our unemployment rate in the territory? And what's the unemployment number nationwide?
Director Halyard?
Gary Halliard for the record. Our rate for the last month is about 6.5%. Not quite up to date on the national rate, but it's a little bit lower on St. Croix, 7.8, and in St. Thomas, St. John, it's about a 5.5% locally.
And the reason why I asked that question, it relates back to that same program in terms of the apprenticeship program. And you say it's employer-driven. I understand that, but at the same time, which division and who do we have at the Department of Labor is actually driving a program and educating and bringing everything together in order for us to drive up those numbers. That's my comment. Can you speak to that? And thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank
Yes,
you.
sir. We have an apprenticeship council, as well as Director Seneca Shabashkan can give some more information on what we're specifically doing, because we're doing a lot of work, but the ground, as you mentioned, there are challenges within this space. It's a very effective career pathway, but where the challenges that we're having is getting the employers to understand the entire context of the program. But Director Sebastian can give more information.
Briefly, Director Sebastian.
Sure. Shineka Sebastian, Director of Youth and Apprenticeship. What we're actually doing is reaching out directly to the businesses to help them develop and see the importance of these apprenticeship programs. So we're in contact and in conversations with a lot of businesses. It's just to make sure that the programs are developed on the national standard.
How many businesses have you reached out to?
We have reached out to over, 25 to 30 businesses. We're currently working with at least 4 businesses that is close to completion.
25 to 30 in what areas?
And demand occupations that we're looking at, the marine industry, healthcare, the industries that's listed in the testimony.
Okay. I know you noted that you hired some 28 people this year. That was a number? That you added
For
28?
apprenticeship?
No, not apprenticeship. I moved on to something else. Overall, you were able to hire 28 individuals?
That's at the Department of Labor, yes.
How many retirements, how many resignations?
Director Canigata, could you please help with that information?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Patricia Canigata. I don't have the total number of the retirement and resignations, but I can submit that to you.
Can you get it before the meeting is over today?
Yes.
I want to balance and see what that 28 means.
Yes.
Okay, what's your projection for vacancies for FY23?
FY23.
Vacancies and new employees.
We have a breakdown of, for FY22, we have 8 vacant, which are 8 classified and 2 exempt.
For 22?
Yes, for 22. For 23, we have, under the classified section, we have 2 vacant and 3 exempt. For new positions in 23, we have 8 under the classified service and 1 exempt. So for classified, it'll be a total of 10, and exempt will be a total of 4.
And your budget is able to sustain those new positions?
To my knowledge, yes.
Come on right now, Senator. Mr. Wells, you said that you transferred positions over to the federal side. So this budget decreases your personnel service by 578,000. Where is that increase on the federal side?
No, we transferred to the government insurance.
You added $116,000 in personnel to the government insurance. You're still 460,000 short. So you cutting vacancies?
We had a lot of drops. As Director Kanigata stated, we lost a lot of employees in FY22. So we kind of just reallocated between the various funding sources. So it's not going to be an even swap.
Okay, that's why I need those numbers. The commissioner came before us last fiscal year and
I'll give it to you.
made a plea for additional positions. Now I'm seeing the positions are being cut. The workman compensation and all of those areas, unemployment insurance, all of those areas are staffed up. That you're able to assist individuals and not have to wait for a long period of time.
Yes, Senator. Based on the budget, the unemployment, we have, it's been supplemented by the temporary staff. Again, we did have some separations due to
hold up.
resignations.
Hold up 1 second. The temporary staff is temporary until when?
It's September 30th.
And what happened after September 30th?
Well, those staff, they're temporary until because they were hired for a specific purpose with our backlog and the different operations. So after September 30th, then we are going to revert back. We're not going to have them anymore.
So after September 30th, the temporary staff goes home?
Correct.
So how many individuals you have in the unit?
In the unemployment division, Director Kanigata?
In the unemployment unit, we have about 7 to 8.
How many of those are temporary?
I'm talking about the temporary.
No, I want to give me the overall number and then back out the temporary. I want to know how many individuals you have after the temporary staff goes home September 30th.
Unemployment. Okay, give me a moment, sir. I'll get it back.
Okay, so pull up all those numbers because quite a number of questions are going to be coming to you.
Okay.
Senator Saro, point of inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There has been a rapid decline in personnel because in 2022, they also had a reduction in their personal services, and then again, they said they have a reduction. And according to my notes from last year, you had 23 vacancies. You had 8 vacancies on the federal side, 13 on the local side. Of the vacancies that you told the chairman just now, how many of your vacancies are on the federal and how many are on the local? Because I'm seeing a rapid decline in personnel within the last 2 fiscal years. My notes.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Senator. We have 7 vacant on the general side and 9 new on the general, 7 vacant and 9 new on the general side. On the federal, we have 5 vacant and 3 new on the federal side. So 5 vacant, 3 new on the federal, general 7 vacant and 9 new.
And just bear in mind, Senators, that as we automate, we're looking at workflow and processes. So some of those positions are that we had, let's say if somebody separated and we were able to get automation in that area, we were able to then supplement, and that's why we're focusing a lot on making sure that we develop and train more individuals in the unemployment insurance division.
Okay, and this body is looking at getting people to work, and not computers to work. Okay? People pay into the government employee retirement system, people pay into health insurance, and we need to make sure that you are well staffed up because you cover some very, very important areas. So we need to know what the numbers are, not temporary. I mean, why isn't there a move to bring the temporary full-time so that we don't revert back to a backlog of cases for unemployment insurance? Why that can't be? This is a budget hearing. We are here to provide funding. once we know that that funding is going to go to a good cause and be able to help the people of the Virgin Islands, that is the job of this body. And I'm looking at fiscal year thing. I'm go to the next, Senator, but your cut is $578 million in personnel, overall $305 million in the general fund, because you have switched a bit of the money to other services. But then this another's going to drill down. And then 22, your appropriation in federal was $9,497,000, and it's now $7 million. So the federal appropriation dropped by $2 million. So the overall budget is a reduction of 2.3. So when you're saying you switch over to federal, it just means that you won't hire nobody on the federal side, and now you're filling that and you're getting rid of the general fund position that you also needed from before. But I'll move on to the next senator, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Commissioner, you bring me four more colleagues, one in front of me, one behind of me. Okay, some things I was noticing myself is the post-auditor's report for 2023, page 2, and Commissioner, your testimony, page 1. The department comprises the following divisions and units. In Commissioner, your testimony, you have divisions that are not listed in the post-auditor's report. And I myself was wondering, did we hire people to form some of these units? Did we increase some of these units? So in regards to that issue itself, I see you don't have the Division of Job Services listed. You have a compliance unit. You remove the Division of Training. And you have Information Technology, MIS. Those are some of the discrepancies I was seeing in regards to the divisions. Could you elaborate on that, please?
Thank you for that question, Senator. But as we mentioned, there are some of those positions, those divisions that you mentioned, are embedded within the workforce development unit. Over the years, we moved from the Workforce Innovation Act, the Workforce Investment Act, and moved into WIOA. And so some of those operations are embedded under workforce. We did add the compliance unit. The compliance unit was really necessary. We did add the information technology unit. It's very necessary. And we did add the MIS, or Management Information Systems, because there's a clear need in the Department of Labor, as we continue to automate, that we need to separate the IT functions from the MIS functions, because those were, as a part of our reporting and collection and everything that we're doing, a lot of moving parts. And so we had to make sure that those units were specialized.
So, excuse me, in regards to those 3 units that you just mentioned, how many personnel total are we talking about?
In IT, we have a director. I guess the director, Canigata, can speak to specifics. They're individuals in the IT, individuals in the MIS division, and individuals in the compliance unit.
Okay, while she waits, also I'd like to find out how many unionized employees do you have?
1 second.
Okay, unionized, GS, non-unionized or exempt, and temporary.
We have 81 classified.
81 classified.
81. We have 37 exempt.
37.
And we have 7 temporary.
7 temporary.
Which totals up our 125.
So you don't have any GS employees?
Yes, we have, GS is non-union classified.
Non-union classified?
Yes,
okay.
so we include them in the classified total.
Okay, so they are part of the 81?
Yes.
Okay, and how many of those do you have? Because I know they have a budget increase, wage increase coming up in 23 budget.
Yes, and we already have the spreadsheet prepared. Give me a few minutes, let me look for that.
Okay, good. And again, like you mentioned, their money is already budgeted out for that. Unionized employees that you have, any unions waiting to negotiate?
No, we don't have none. We just processed the USW's supervisors increase.
Okay, and
2 minutes.
have everyone been paid?
We have a few NOPAs that been executed, and a few more to output from the division of personnel,
When
and
you
everybody
say,
will
when
be.
you say a few, 'cause I get numbers. Out of those 81 people who are GS, how many people are waiting to get theirs processed? Is anyone owed retro money? Is all of that encompassed in the what you're processing?
The NOPAs that are being processed now for steelworkers supervisors,
Okay.
yes, when those are processed, they are owed retro.
Okay, all that being processed in one time?
Well, generally how it happens, they'll get the increase first in one pay period, and then they get the retro in the second pay period.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, and the exempt, anyone in exempt capacity received any wage increases?
No.
Okay. And you say the temporary individuals, 7.
Yes.
Okay, so are they budgeted for the 23?
Well, the temporary.
Because along the lines of Mr. Chair is asking to keep them on. Because like you said, they're going to come to an end. That's it, you're getting rid of them.
The UI temporary exempt, what I'm referring to. The funding ends at September 30th.
Okay, so I go back to my initial statement in regards to the different divisions that were commingled and enhanced. Are all the divisions in Department of Labor properly functioned or structured for the maximum amount of employees needed for the functions that Department of Labor are executing?
To my knowledge, yes.
To your knowledge, that's a yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, because I'm saying the Department of Labor doing a lot of work, and
yes, we are.
Things are coming up, and you have 7 people in your hand now, and when you get rid of them, you know what they do? They're gonna come right back to you, knock on the door the next day, and say, "Hey, I need a job. I gotta go through the process." So why are we looking at and if I may, wrapping up, Mr. Chair, now the facilities that the employees work in, I know the one on St. Thomas, been battling, the manager for maintenance been doing a great job in keeping it going, but these are, I don't know the one on St. Croix, but again, what are the statuses of these facilities? And I see in capital outlay you have $300 and something thousand. Is that sufficient to build out these facilities for working environment for your employees to be the safest?
The facilities person on St. Croix is Mr. Kwame Garcia Jr., but for the capital outlay, I would have to defer to Director Wells. I'm not familiar with the number.
So I just need to know about them, and then if we have monies appropriated to address any of the issues that they have, you can answer in the chair's time. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
And if I may, before the Director Wells, just wanted to clarify a couple of things on the employment and the staffing. Remember, we've been going through some restructuring, and based on the pandemic, the numbers of staff that was needed within an unprecedented pandemic was tremendously a lot more than what the normal operating functions of the Department of Labor would need. So normally, we would normally process between 200 to 2,000 claims in a year, unemployment insurance claims, and we would pay out no more than $8 million in any particular year that doesn't have a disaster. In the pandemic, it put a need for a lot of temporary staff. Every state across the country had to ramp up. There will not be a need to keep all of the staff that we had to bring on in a temporary to be able to continue with all the operating functions. So all of the divisions have been right-sized, and we have regular meetings to be able to make sure that we are moving as effectively and maximizing our budgetary resources as effectively and efficiently as possible. Director Wells, on the capital projects.
Maurice Wells. Senator DeGraff, can you repeat the question, please?
Yes, thank you. I was trying to find out in regards to the facilities, the buildings on St. Thomas, the buildings on St. Croix, is there funding needed to repair anything, and is it sufficient what you're asking for to make the personnel, the employees whole in their work environment?
Maurice Wells. The funding that we have budgeted in capital outlays is primarily for that same the same thing that you're referring to, is to improve the work environment in both districts. So yes, we have adequate funding.
The second part, Mr. Chair, in the same question was to hear from the facilities managers of St. Thomas and St. Croix, to make sure we have everything sufficient now while you have us. Okay? Not to contradict what you said, but to make sure they have everything in place. Thank you.
So under capital projects, they have increased from 24,000 to 367,592. That's a drastic increase. Mr. Garcia works for Labor or Department of Education?
Labor.
Labor.
Or both?
Mr. Kwame Garcia Jr. works for the Department of Labor.
Junior.
I'm asking about Junior. Yes, he works for Department of Labor or Department of Education? Or does
He works for the Department of Labor.
Has he been assigned to special projects for Department of Education?
Not that I know of. All I know that we do help out with if they have any needs. We do assist if they call and ask for any support.
Okay, let's go back to unemployment insurance. How many employees?
We have 29 employees and
20.
seven temp.
So 36?
Yeah. So, and then we have one that's retired for the department so far, and 8 resignations for that other question.
Okay, so for FY22, you have 1 retirement
Right,
and 8 resignations?
correct.
Okay, I'm sure somebody's going to ask about exit. Senator Sarro, you recognize.
Since we ended there, what were the reasons for the 8 separations?
Some of them found, went to other agencies. We had one that relocated to the mainland, and that was the general consensus.
What was the salary, the range of the salaries?
I will have to get that to you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Wells, what's the amount in the account that the EDC companies pay? The last, I don't know the name of the account, so excuse my question. The last time was 883. You have to be to $1 million by now. Why are you looking for? Go ahead.
Okay, Maurice Wells, the number that you were referring to was 862,340. For FY22, we collected 227,500 for a total of 1,089,840. Of that amount, we do have 2 obligations. We have a contract with the RT Park for 400,000. And we also have, let's say, a contract with Media One for 4,880. And then of the remaining 684,000,
Go back a second. RT Park is 400, and who was the other one?
Media One.
Medium.
Media One.
Or Media One. Okay.
And then of the remaining 684,000, we have 200,000 of that assigned for the Apprenticeship Council.
Now, what's the contract with the RT Park? Assistant Commissioner, Attorney Hendrickson?
Good morning, Nisha Christian Hendrickson, Assistant Commissioner, Legal Counsel. We have a memorandum of understanding with the RT Park to be able to utilize...
Agreement. MOA.
A memorandum of agreement with the RT Park to be able to utilize the Vista Plus portal that they have that connects Virgin Islands who are abroad with tech jobs in the territory, as well as we're going to have some workforce development activities to be able to attract and retain more individuals from abroad to come home.
At the tune of $400K per fiscal year, that's a one-time payment.
It's a one-time payment, but there's an additional payment to continue the use of the portal, but it's significantly reduced after the first year.
So the purpose of this $2,500 paid for by the EDC companies is for us to recruit Virgin Islanders from abroad.
That's correct, Senator.
So the first time that we're recruiting Virgin Islanders from abroad would be through the RT Park in the tech services area.
Well, we have created initiatives online to be able to do that and have also had workforce development initiatives. However, this is going to be our major push to be able to do it in a more tech-savvy way.
Okay. What about, who's Media One? Who's that?
Media One is an advertising and a media company that we utilize for a variety of services in the territory.
So what are those services that you're utilizing from Media One specifically?
We have had videotaping services. We've done interviews. We've utilized them for.
Is this the Lyft program? Do you use Media One for all those Lyft advertisements?
They are one of the vendors that we use, but they're used in other areas as well in workforce development.
So are we utilizing the fund appropriately with the 400K for Media One?
Oh, we're not using 400K for Media One. The 400K is for RT Park, to clarify.
Mr. Wells, so the 400 is not coming from the ED?
The 400,000 is RT Park, the MOA.
And then the other 400 for Media
No,
One is
the other
not?
one is 4,000. 4,000.
Oh, 4,000 from which
880.
account?
The same EDC fund.
And just to clarify, the RT Park is a $600,000 contract.
So the 4,000 is coming from the EDC company for Media One. You saying no, Mr. Hull saying yes? I'm confused.
4,880 is for Media One.
From-
400,000 is for RT Park.
And that's from the EDC account.
Yes.
But Ms. Henderson just nodded her head and told me, no, it's not coming from.
No, I'm not saying about the funding source. I'm sorry. I was thought you were asking about the
Okay.
contracting services. My
Okay,
apologies.
that's why I was confused because I had two different stories from the testifiers. Okay, so how much have you expended from the apprenticeship program of a 200K? None?
At this point, that funding has been set aside for the operating fund for the Apprenticeship Council. There is a budget that Director Sebastian and the council submits for operating expenses, and it's budgeted out over 5 years.
How much have you utilized for that?
At this point, Director Sebastian, I don't think the expenditures, we have not charged any expenditures against the account as yet.
You know, this bill passed in 2017.
Can I answer, Senator Serio?
Yes, Ms. Sebastian, go ahead.
Shaneka Sebastian, Director of Youth and Apprenticeship. The Media One contract that we have there is for marketing for apprenticeship. So we're starting with the marketing for apprenticeship.
What about the bill also calls for you to compile a report and report to the body in 90 days? It's been 4 years.
We're working with the council to get that done.
4 years later?
I don't anticipate 4 more years, no. That's not my goal.
Okay, because the bill does call for some updating to this body, and we have yet to receive an update. Let's go to Attorney Christian Hendrickson.
Time.
Mr. Chair, may I?
You may conclude.
Okay, just quickly. I can't find it in the code. I've been searching the code, but I think I vaguely remember. I think it's unemployment. When the employer plays into unemployment, is there a statute of limitations on when the department can recoup their funds?
Nisha Christian Hendrickson, Assistant Commissioner, Legal Counsel. There's not a statute of limitations in the UI code, so we utilize the regular code for the rest of the Virgin Islands, which has about a 10-year limit.
A 10-year limit?
That's what we use, yes.
Okay, so there are some businesses, because I met a businessman who admitted that he did not pay into unemployment, and 10 years went by, the limitations ran out, and he don't owe labor a dime. So how many cases do you have like that where the department is losing funds on unemployment insurance?
Thank you for the question, Senator. We will get you the exact number, but what I can tell you is when we utilize the employer tax portal that is set to come online the end of this year, beginning of next year, that should be significantly reduced. That's one of the areas that we found was an issue that we were correcting.
Okay. Mr. Chair, the territory is losing funds on businesses not paying unemployment insurance and the statute of limitations. After 10 years, that's the end. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
So Wells, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I'd like to clarify, Maurice Wells, I'd like to clarify two things, Senator Sarro. The 400,000 for RT Park is what's obligated thus far. Assistant Commissioner referred to 600,000, so that's the remaining balance for year 2 and 3. But it's 400,000 is what is obligated already from the account. And then, Chairman, the other thing I'd like to clarify is, I know you're looking at these federal numbers. It's easy to misstate. It could be easily be misrepresented because we have a lot of 2-year and 3-year grants. So in 22, for example, we had a program that should have expired in 22 that we requested an extension for. So we had multiple grants open in the same period, which is not the norm. When I say not the norm, normally we'd have been able to close it out, but in an instance where we didn't want to have any funds de-obligated, we requested an extension. So we had multiple years open. That's why you see the drastic drop in 23. So we have multiple grants closing in the same fiscal 22.
Point of information, through a chair request, please. On the record.
Point of information. Go ahead.
Thank you,
Point
Mr.
of
Chair. I'd just like to request to the chair that we receive the information on the amount that is owed in unemployment insurance to the Department of Labor. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. So if you look at page 10 of the post-audit report, or page 9, the number you have there as actual, that is what was spent from that particular grant?
Well, that's not Maurice Wells. That was misrepresented, and the number should really be, the title should really be awarded. That's not the actuals.
Okay.
So that was what I was awarded.
Did you submit the actuals, what was spent and what's left back?
No, it wasn't requested, but I have the information there if you ask, if you need it. So this is what was actually active during FY22. Active.
Okay. I'm sure somebody will drill along, and if not, I will come back. Point of inquiry, Senator DeGraff.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I was still waiting on, I guess through the chair to ask for we went from capital projects from 24,000 to 367. I know you're putting it in, but I wanted to find out how come. That's a drastic change from 1 year to the next.
I responded to you with that. That we were saying we're doing improvements and improving the workplace for the employees in both districts. So we have outdated equipment, we have outdated furniture. So we're improving the cubicles and making the working environment more pleasant for the employees.
Okay, so does that include any work I get? You know, the building had mold and all those things?
We don't have any more issues.
No more, okay.
In our building,
All right.
no.
Thank you. Thank you for your time, Mr. Chair.
If I want to get on the VISTA program for the listening public out there, what's the site? Somebody from the mainland looking for a job in the Virgin Islands and using the portal, what's the site?
Senator, right now, the best place would be to still continue to come to our vital.
Hold up, Mr. Molloy. We paid 400,000 asking for the site. 400,000 for VISTA. I just want to know the site. I want to see if I pull up the site now, if Department of Labor jobs are listed there for individuals on the mainland. What's the site? If we're using that portal still, then cancel the MOA. What's the site?
And I respectfully want to explain, Senator, that it's not going to work that way because of the federal requirements that we have.
Can you just give me the site?
Things spider into our system. So
Commissioner.
It is the MOA is done in a controlled environment that allows.
Commissioner, I ain't asking for a long explanation. I ask a simple question. Give me the name of the site. We paid $400,000, and we have individuals that are listening that are on the mainland all over. Give me the name of the site that they can tap into to look for a job. What's the name of the site?
We'll get the site for you, Senator. The Vista Plus site at the RT Park. We'll get it for you.
Give me the address.
If I may, Senator Nisha Christian Hendrickson, Assistant Commissioner Legal Counsel, it is HTTPS V as in Victor, I as in Igloo, S as in Tam, T as in Tom, A as in Apple, plus.vi. That's the site. So Vista plus.vi.
Thank you. Senator Francis, you recognize. That was pulling teeth there for a while.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to you, my colleagues. Good morning to the Commissioner Molloy and the team from the Department of Labor. Good to see you, former Senator Jean Ford. Welcome. And good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Commissioner, I had the opportunity to meet some of the lift participant over at Public Works. And again, I think it's a very promising set of individuals, youth. And I look forward to the success of that program. I think it's critical that we continue to strive and endeavor to make sure that our youth are provided with the best available career resources in government and throughout our community. Commissioner, under your accomplishments in FY 2022, healthcare was mentioned in one of those areas, and I wanted to do a little bit of a deep dive to determine, what is the level of completion that's required for these courses, in particular the CNAs as well as the LPN. Are you seeing through to certification of these individuals so that they could be ready for the workforce?
Thank you for that question, Senator, and Director Charlene Hodge, Workforce Development. But the short answer is yes, we are. Those individuals that are placed through the Department of Labor, they're case managed, and we follow them all the way through the process.
Very well. To certification, we make sure that these individuals receive their certification, are equipped and certified to take on a job.
Yes, and all the way through their testing. We support them through the entire process through the workforce development system.
Very well. Thank you for that. And in respect to vacancies, and I see that you have a number of critical vacancies within the Department of Labor. Can you speak to what is the difficulties, the barriers? And I ask this question to every agency that come before us, because I think it's critical that we're able to wrap our arms around the problems that we're experiencing with hiring of individuals. What is the difficulties you're experiencing with from interviews to onboarding these individuals?
Patricia Candidato, Director HR. And Senator, being at the forefront of the workforce development space, you're going to see nationally everybody's having problems with finding talent, and we in the Virgin Islands are no exception to that. The process that we are going through, those hard to fill areas, we have done a lot in reworking and looking at our restructuring and reworking our job descriptions to make sure that the responsibilities and the salaries are commensurate with what is actually happening. So we're getting a lot of applicants that are either overqualified or underqualified. With the underqualified, we're working our best to provide the training opportunities to help them come up to speed. So we're looking internally and doing a lot more promotion, a lot more training internally. For us within the Department of Labor, and that's some of the things that we're going to have to continue to recommend to the other agencies, as well as we're going to have to start bringing in and recruiting individuals from the Eastern Caribbean and other areas.
So I embrace that.
We just don't have enough individuals.
I embrace that notion, but before we could talk about bringing in individuals from the Eastern Caribbean, we have to make sure that we're filling the void within locally. We got to make sure that we're putting people to work locally. While we may say that individuals may be underqualified or overqualified, how do we get them on board? How do we bridge that gap? Is what's troubling for me, and I want to make sure that we're able to, as a government, be able to address that situation, because we can't talk about 1,200 vacancies, and what we're seeing in government is window shopping. People are basically window shopping for better salaries and just going from government agencies to government agencies and taking on jobs that's perhaps sometimes outside of their scope, just to be able to get a better salary.
2 minutes.
So how are we training up and being able to at least encourage individuals to capture that? So I'll move on from there. And I must say that I believe that, I know some of these might be unionized position, but I believe that your salaries are grossly inadequate. When you look at some of, what is the requirement for administrative law judge, for example, at $32,500? What is the qualification for that person?
Director Candidato?
Give me a few minutes. Let me pull the job spec up.
So,
and in the meantime,
excuse me,
Senator, just to say that we're doing a lot of customized training and a lot of incumbent worker training with the government. Right now, we're targeting the areas that are the needs of the government. We're working very closely with UVI. We're working very closely with the Division of Government Personnel. We're working very closely with all our partners, with Equis, Workforce 180, and to be able to advance a consistent workforce agenda. And so we are working on filling the areas and making sure the opportunities are available for individuals to be trained, to be upskilled, to be able to take advantage of these jobs that are coming in the future. But again, it's a challenge because there's a lot of individuals out there that should be employed, but for one reason or another, whether it's that they have not completed all of the coursework or we're still working with them within the case management process to get their credentials and get them placed. So those are some of the challenges that's happening within the workforce space.
Okay, and I know Mr. Wells, you're going to tell me that they're 50% funded. I know that's what you're going to tell me, but still, when you look at that, I mean, when you look at the salaries, even under that 50%, it's still grossly inadequate. And I'll show you a case in point. Quality control reviewer at $11,914, which is 50% funded. So we're talking about position of what, $23,000? Again, that's extremely low. Moving on real quickly, when was the last time you have done a desk audit of your employees to make sure that you're right fitting their positions?
Senator, we have not done desk audit, but what we've done a complete restructuring, and we have looked at every job description, and we're working with each of our division directors and leaders to make sure that the workflow and everything is done, and we've already filed all those updated job descriptions with our Division of Government Personnel, and we're following through on that plan as best as we can, based, again, within our budgetary requirements.
Okay, and quickly, who has taken over from Director Molloy? I think he was responsible for youth services, going out into our community and hiring individuals. Who have assumed that position? Is that filled?
I think that's Dr.
The
Kevin
director,
Dixon.
Molly, the director is Director Shenika Sebastian of Youth and Apprenticeship, and we have Dr. Kevin Dixon, who is our territorial youth program coordinator.
How effective are they doing? Is he out there in our community?
They're out there in the community. There's a lot happening in our youth space. There are a lot of programs and a lot of successes in our youth space. They're doing a fantastic job.
Very well.
Again, they have a full complement of staff within the youth, and we're looking at the numbers and doing the best that we can to maximize and get as many young people involved in whether career exploration or paid work experiences as much as we possibly can.
Real quickly, do we have any federal funds in jeopardy?
Maurice Wells, Director of Business Administration. Right now, the only funds that we have returning is $51,000 of the WIOA allotment that expired 6/30/2022. Of that funding was allocated for statewide and WIB services or operations.
And the WIB is the Workforce Board Services.
Senator?
Thank you. I didn't get to ask about the KPIs, but I'm hoping that at least there's some.
Go ahead and ask the last question.
Senator, could I respond to the requirements for the
before
judge?
we go to KPIs, I wanted to ask about exit interviews, though. I mean, what are you gleaning from those individuals that have left the job and gone on elsewhere? Because I'm sure most of those have gone to other government agencies. What have you gleaned through your exit interviews in respect to them leaving?
Patricia Cannigator, Director of Human Resources. Generally, well, like I said, we had one employee that left to relocate due to issues with her children. But generally, when most of the exit interview reveal, it's usually they've gone to another agency, like you said, salary-wise. There may have been one issue with the environment they feel would be better utilized at another agency. That's a general consensus. And to answer your question for the administrative law judge, is a Juris Doctorate degree from an accredited law school and 5 years experience as administrative law judge.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis. Point of inquiry, Senator Sarro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I need to go back to this Vista Plus that VI. When was this contract executed?
Assistant Commissioner Legal Counsel, Senator, I believe it's May of this year, but I will double check and I'll let you know in 2 minutes.
Have you been on the website?
I have.
23 jobs posted, all in IT. Then when you click on administrative jobs, there's 3 jobs there. You click find jobs. It says no jobs posted. This is what we're paying for? $400,000 for that. And then the territory also has a gap in skilled labor force We just talk about we have to build schools and hospitals and roads, and we do need the plumbers, the carpenters, the masons, the construction workers, and we spend $400K on an IT component, and we didn't spend anything to recruit people to rebuild this territory. Did we really allow the RT Park to sell us this website?
Well, Senator, to clarify, Nisha Krishendrickson, Assistant Commissioner to the Council, it was May 11th of this year, so we're new to roll out the program, so we don't have as many right now, but part of the requirement of the MOA is to have a certain number of people every quarter to increase on that portal. So it's in the infancy phases, but it's going to increase significantly this year.
To the Chair, I'd like to see a copy of that MOA with the RT Park. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
And if I may, Senator, just to clarify, that's what I was trying to explain. Based on the processes, it's still linked to every employer in this territory must post their vacancy with the Virgin Islands Department of Labor in our view system. And so we have some federal requirements that we cannot allow any area to just spider into our system. And so we had to develop a portal. So we'd have had to go out and got another vendor externally, or it made more logical sense for us to work with the RT Park and the Vista Plus program because it's already developed. And so what we're doing is they are getting information from us via API technical transfers. We are getting information from them. And so the information still has to be synced to be able, but the primary focus is that we're recruiting Virgin Islanders abroad to any of the vacancies that are posted in the Virgin Islands system.
Okay, I'm looking at your view system. It's saying current openings, 490. Online resumes, 354. But on the next Vista portal, there's only that 23 positions listed. How much are you paying for views? What's the cost of views, Mr.
Views is an integrated system. The contract, Mr. Wells should have the dollar amount that we're paying. It's managed by GeoSol, one of our providers.
Mr. Wells?
Maurice Wells, we pay $463,000, $822.
So we're paying $800,000 now to advertise jobs. The Vista Plus portal says Vista is a signature talent attraction and retention program under the Workforce Development Initiative of the Research and Technology Park, which is an independent affiliate of the University of the Virgin Islands. Vista Plus is an online database that connects tech talent within the Virgin Islands diaspora with opportunities to work in the territory. So when is that narrative going to change to match the MOE with the Department of Labor?
But based on, that's their official and their component or their mission. But with us, there's specific agreements specifically for partnering to ensure that we are not only looking for tech, but we're looking for the other industries and any of the industries that we have vacancies for, we're contacting and getting information on individuals that are located abroad, them or their families. The Vista Plus system is a very robust system, and it's one of the best out there.
Are you really asking whether it's robust, whether it's not? I'm asking that the narrative that is on the website says that it is a tech talent that connects tech talent within the Virgin Islands diaspora. It speaks of the Technology Park and the University of the Virgin Islands. If we paid $400,000, you're telling me that it is not going to have a narrative that this is in conjunction with the Department of Labor to attract blah, 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 blah? That we're going to just have it focusing? We need to stop wasting money in this government or no? Can that $400,000 look like it's just connecting the RT Park to do what they want to do? It's the RT Park narrative. If we're going to pay $400,000, change the narrative. The money didn't sit there for years to just come and just waste it in 1 year. So in 1 year, we're spending $400,000 there, and then we're spending $200,000 to the Apprenticeship Advisory Council. What is that $200,000 going to do for the Apprenticeship Advisory Council? Exactly what?
It is the operating budget for the council.
So $200,000 to operate a council for 14 individuals a year, 14 apprentices. What's the operating budget? What do they have? Personnel? Break it down for me, the budget for this apprenticeship council, $200,000.
Getting the money, but it wasn't for a council for $200,000.
And that specific portion of the EDA law, I don't know if you could give money to apprenticeship council. It's supposed to be to attract individuals from the mainland to come back to the Virgin Islands and work. That is the intent of the legislation. I'm not even seeing, that legislation is funded by EDC companies.
Senator, if I may, clarification. And Attorney Christian Hendrickson, you can give me the act, but one of your colleagues, Senator Sorrow, had passed, got a bill passed, and that appropriated $200,000 out of the EDC fund to be able to fund the apprenticeship council activity.
Okay, so I will look at the portion to see if the good senator gave you $200,000 for this apprenticeship program, and I would really want to know what.
Yes, she did.
What was the budget that the good senator was thinking about for this apprenticeship program?
Mr.
My point of information, Senator Sarro.
Director Sebastian, please.
No, hold on.
The Act is Act 8063, and it was passed in 2018. And at the time, we had a lot of money. I think it was close to maybe $500,000 or $600,000 that we had already accumulated in the fund. The ADC program, they started to collect the funds in 2003. And up until 2018, they didn't spend $1 from that EDC fund. And we were trying to find a funding source for the apprenticeship program. And when we asked Commissioner Hendry at the time, the funding source, and we sat with the Department of Labor extensively, we realized that the Department of Labor did not do anything with the fund from 2003 to 2018. So we took $200,000 from the EDC funding to fund the apprenticeship program in hopes of building a skilled labor workforce. Mr. Chair, you just mashed me up. I appreciate it. But I just wanted to give some clarity for the listening and viewing audience. Thank you.
It shows you the fairness of the chair, that you have to ask probing questions, whether it is the department or it's us internally. You know, we have to ask those questions, and we'll still go back that we hope that with that allotment, that it's going to be used wisely. But I'm still going back to that 400,000. I know about that 400,000 at all, but I'll go to the next senator, Senator James. You're back. Senator James.
Good morning, testifiers. Thank you for being here. Forgive me if I ask questions that was asked before. I had to run off the Senate floor quickly to deal with some things. But Commissioner Molloy, regarding the $10 million from the Community Development Block Grant, was that addressed earlier in this hearing? For the workforce development?
Well, it's addressed, yes, it was, Senator. Within the context of the Skills for the Day program and the OJT program, it was addressed with the breakdown, just showing how much was trained and the expenditure levels from each of the programs thus far.
So in all fairness, you and I, when I first came into office, we sat down in the office, it was March of 2019, and now it's in 2022. As far as any movements, the funds are there, right?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, so as far as being able to expend the funds, have you been able to expend the funds, or is it still sitting there? What is the status? Because I know prior to COVID-19, I met in your office and you showed me the policy or the draft of what you have as far as the concept for the program. Just give me some more information as far as what's next, when we'll be able to draw down on the funds and get this program up and running.
Thank you, Senator. The program, the funds have been drawn down. That application that I shared with you was the outline of the application that we had submitted to the VI Housing Finance Authority for funding. We received the $10 million. It's in two tranches. We have gotten a project manager, ICF, that is managing the entire project. And so expenditures that program has been in full swing. And we've been focusing on the construction area and the occupational train areas for the plumbing, masonry, carpentry, electrical. We've added the welding. In the non-construction areas on the OJT side, we've been dealing with the healthcare, IT, marine, and so those programs are in full force and different cohorts happen every month. We also are dealing with the incumbent worker training that is, our provider is UVI-CEL, that is training the government agencies in project management and grants management. And we've also included a data science component to make sure that all of the government employees, all government agency heads were notified of the training so that they can have the individuals who are dealing with those disaster recovery funds that they're being trained. And we're in the second cohorts of those trainings right now. And so the program is well on its way and it's doing very well. It does have its challenges and we are working with them as they come.
And as far as your public relations officer, I know Department of Labor, they do the due diligence. I do receive the emails. I do receive the updates. I do see the social media presence as well. As far as getting the word out and showing the good works, I just do some more as far as getting it out because that $10 million is crucial when it comes to the forward movement of our, apprenticeship for our youth. And as we speak about C-Tech, I know we have a lot of councils and I know I heard some of my colleagues made mention of that. But have you had an opportunity now as the Commissioner of Labor to go and watch the VI code, watch the different councils and all these different new positions that I'm seeing here that seems like redundant and to be able to revamp it and make sure they have something more streamlined? Because I've seen a lot of duplicates. I'm watching all these vacancies, these new positions, and it correlates with the different stuff that's in the VI code as far as the councils and what have you.
Thank you for that question, Senator. The council, what we've been working with the councils and any advisory committees, we've been working with the Department of License and Consumer Affairs, Commissioner Evangelista. Our apprenticeship council has a responsibility to be able to meet with those members, especially if there is some discrepancy between our local certification and the requirements that they need to meet for the national. So that process is ongoing, and the apprenticeship council is going to be meeting again expressively with those individual groups to be able to identify those areas. But on a whole, from that, our responsibility is we're working with Licensing and Consumer Affairs on that.
Okay, and as far as I'm looking at your various positions that you have here, I know at some point you were utilizing a call center. Are we still utilizing those? Is this continued?
Yes, that's been discontinued for some time, Senator. Initially, in the very height of the pandemic, we had a tremendous amount of calls that was coming in of individuals that we needed to get assistance with helping them to apply online. But the call center became obsolete very quickly when we moved from being able to fill out applications for them to be able to ask specific questions about their claim. And so we had to disband the contract because we couldn't give them authorization to give proprietary information to those individuals.
So the contract was ended when? Because I just want to make sure moving forward as we transition into some sense of normalcy that we can still be able to have that certain level of customer service, because, you know, many of the times the legislature is used as a call center for y'all, you know, and we don't want to continue that. We want to make sure that you have the adequate amount of staff to be able to handle this large volume of calls.
Yeah, thank you for that. And Assistant Commissioner Legal Counsel can tell us when the contract was ended, but I can tell you very clearly that we have automated the unemployment insurance division, so much so now that all those, what was handled by the call center, individuals can apply online. They can do their recertifications online.
So let me stop you there, Commissioner.
Direct deposit.
Commissioner Molloy, just a suggestion. As we speak about the budget and the various vacancies and positions, we still have time to make necessary changes. But moving forward, I want to make sure that you have adequate amount of individuals to operate as a call center. If you have to hire 2 to 3 or 4 more individuals, entry-level positions. It could be individuals who just graduated from high school, individuals who just graduated from UVI, and give them these positions so we will no longer have to be the call center. The legislature no longer has to be the call center of the Department of Labor. Can you do that?
Yes, we can, Senator, but there's no guarantee you're not going to be the call center, because our community, they're going to call the senators. And but we have been very much more responsive. In terms of our customer service, and again, the online automation has helped us tremendously to reduce the amount. We still get a lot of calls, and we get a repeat calls. But what we have to be very careful of is that the calls that we're getting now, we're getting into that area where I mentioned in my testimony about fraud. And so a lot of the cases that are coming in can be either identified as fraud or non-fraud, or they're under investigation, because our systems are continually doing that cross-check every Monday, talking to all the other systems in the nation, and we're coming up with some information where individuals are having additional wages and not reporting them, and those things within the unemployment wall, those are major stops of processing. So again, we definitely, I think we have it under control. We're doing a much better job, and with the automation, so I don't think we need the internal call center.
Thank you, Mr. Molloy. I don't want to abuse my time out of fairness. Mr. Chair, I also want to say is with these critical vacancies, I just hope and pray that Division of Personnel can work with Department of Labor to hold a major job fair in the U.S. Virgin Islands to fill out all of these critical vacancies, especially within the Department of Labor. So as we look for individuals in the workforce, Department of Labor themselves need to improve on their workforce as far as these critical vacancies. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Senator, if I may.
Thank you, Senator James. Assistant Commissioner.
Nisha Christian Hendrickson, Assistant Commissioner, Legal Counsel. The contract was ended November 9th, 2020. And part of the reason why it's no longer necessary is because now individuals can go on to My UI Claim to check their claims. A lot of the calls we were getting at that time were to try to find out where we were in the process to get their money. So since we've implemented that automation, there's less need to have a call center.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Point of inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I wanted to ask Assistant Commissioner Ford, what is your assignment in terms of supporting and assisting the Commission in carrying out the mission of Department of Labor? And what about this budget, that, if anything, presents some challenges for you? For the team, not just for you, but for the team.
Gene Ford, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Labor. I serve mostly in functions of the day-to-day operation, the management, the administrative duties. I represent the Commissioner in just about, in his stead, in just about all areas of the department. I am in a learning process. We do have some individuals with, who are very technical and very qualified in what they're doing. And so I offer whatever support that needs be, recognizing, of course, that they're the subject matter experts.
Thank you so much. I'm going to the next senator, but before I go to the next senator, Commissioner Molloy, try not to consume so much of the senator's time in your answers. You just gave a 2-minute response that said, no, I don't think call center is a good idea. And that was really a 5 seconds response. So you still came back after that whole long thing, and then you said, and that is why I believe that we don't need blah, blah, blah. Okay, so transition to labor, not education. So reduce the time of your answer. Senator Fred Gregory, you're recognized. I'm letting her go because she has something, a next appointment. Senator Fred Gregory. Can we not hear in Senator Fred Gregory, Mike? Try again.
No?
No, go ahead, yes.
Good morning. Good morning. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for your graciously allow me to go ahead of my colleagues. But good morning to the Department of Labor's family, as well as to my colleagues. and to the people of the Virgin Islands. And this conversation is a very robust one, but I'm going to change the trajectory just a little bit so I could get back to the budget, the overall budget. So, Commissioner or your CFO, I note that under your indirect costs funds, under the post-audit report for page 4 of 18, I don't see where there's any amounts that you are budgeting for FY 2023 or 22. So I'm very interested in finding out how much money did you receive in indirect cost funds for 2022? And of course, what is the recommended or projected amount that you intend to receive in FY 2023? Because of course, that helps us to determine how we utilize our local dollars as well. It's there to support our local funds. So do you have that information?
Maurice Wells.
Yes, Director Wells.
Maurice Wells, for FY 22, we forecasted 550,000, and for FY 23, the forecast is 586,000.
And in FY 22, are you realizing the 550?
Yes.
Okay, good. And what do you use those funds for? Because I see, do you have personnel services attached to it?
We had a few employees that were originally paid from there, and they have been change of funding to move them to the general fund.
Okay, so what are you utilizing that 586 for in FY 23?
We utilize that for, it's basically indirect is like a shared cost. So we do stuff for whether it's building improvements. So if we need equipment that we can't.
What are you specifically budgeting it for? Because all of us know that we utilize the indirect cost funds for our slush fund. However, as we look at ensuring that we have, we move a budget that has austerity measures in it, we need to know exactly what these funds are being used for.
Well, we specifically use it for building improvements and for fleet, to update our fleet.
Okay, so then that brings me to this question. Under the FY 2023 capital projects recommendation, there's an increase of 1,432% from 24,000 to 367,000. So what is this 367,592 going to be used for?
That's for building improvements as well. We have a lot of work to be done in both districts, from building out of offices to procuring services.
So okay. So you have to give me a little more. You have to say that we are, our building improvements is going to cost us $500, 5,000, 500,000. We need more information to help us to build the budget of 2023. While we may see that this year we are generating additional revenues, we have to tighten our belt. So we need to know exactly where every single penny in this government is going. So, through the chair, Mr. Chair, I'm going to ask that the Department of Labor basically provides us with the layout of the capital projects as well as the layout of the indirect cost funds for FY 2023. And I'm certain that they will have indirect cost funds carrying over from 2022 as well. Okay.
2 minutes.
And I don't know if this question was asked before. If it was, just say it was, and I'll go back and look. Personnel services, I see a reduction of 13%, as well as this associated fringe benefits. How are you impacted by this reduction from 4.5 million in FY 2022 to 3.6 or 3.7 million in FY 23 under your personnel services projections?
It was asked.
It was discussed and answered.
Okay, thank you, no problem. Then it helps me to go on to something else. Now, under your apprenticeship program, I see that you have, and that probably was discussed too, there's 6 apprenticeship training individuals in training, and all are healthcare. Why is that?
That is specifically under the Skills for the Day program, Senator. There are other areas in the apprenticeship program that are covered. that don't have, that includes more than healthcare.
How many participants do you have right now?
In the apprenticeship program, when the registered apprenticeship program, we have 14 apprentices and 7 sponsors in the Virgin Islands.
Okay, good. So let's talk about your sponsors. What is the Department of Labor doing to attract, of course, trainees, but as well as importantly, sponsors as well? What are you doing? What has been your challenge around attracting sponsors?
Director Sebastian, Director, please.
Shanika Sebastian, Director of Youth and Apprenticeship. What we have been able to do, the challenge was, of course, supporting the program with funding. We're able to leverage 2 funding sources that we have to assist the current sponsors with the cost for related instructions or even a reimbursement for the OJT portion of it.
Time.
Mr. Chair,
you may conclude.
She can answer in your time, but I am not very clear on that response as it relates to the challenge with attracting sponsors. I'm a little unclear.
So overall, if I may, Senator, the apprenticeship program, they need to have registered a full-time person, not a 1099. Some of the employers are having challenges and are still trying to navigate our workforce development system and our federal dollars to be able to help leverage them with the training costs or to defer the cost of the OJT on the job training. So that's what Director Sebastian is referencing.
Okay,
that's the challenge.
I understand. All right, well, I think it's good information that you share that, because a lot of times we ask the question about, so why are we not seeing more participants in these programs? And then we kind of give you, the Department of Labor, a hard time. But we need to understand that this is a community effort, and the community has to participate in this, in these projects, these overall workforce development projects, in order for them to be successful. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the leeway.
Thank you so much, and hence why I asked the question as to how many private companies or how many companies overall that Department of Labor has engaged with. And I think the number was 25 or something. Okay, and I expect the number to be significantly more than that to explain the benefits of the workforce development and apprenticeship program, and to have somebody that will be able to assist these companies to bring individuals onto that apprenticeship program. Senator Joseph, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to you and my colleagues, Department of Labor personnel, as well as our people of the Virgin Islands. I want to, of course, begin by commending the hardworking people at the Department of Labor for the job that you're doing. I know it is very challenging. I know that sometimes we have issues with communication with other agencies and even some of our stakeholders, but I want to commend you and encourage you to press on regardless. You are serving a people of the Virgin Islands who are so deserving of the type of service and the caliber of service that you bring. So definitely I would encourage you. I also want to commend the JAG program, specifically the 2 instructors for JAG, Ms. Camila Ms. Febres and Ms. Josette Ellis. I have worked with these 2 ladies in the past, and I understand and know that they are very committed to providing the services and training up our young people. And also I wanted to assure that I commend that the Casino Control Commission and Chairman Pickering for seeing the need and meeting the need to provide those young people, our young people specifically, who are receiving on-the-job training with a stipend or payment while they are receiving that on-the-job treatment. Let's go quickly to the budget now. So I have on page 6 of 18 in the post-audit report, I was trying to figure out how much you have spent in utilities? Because based on what we have in the post-audit report on page 6 of 18, it doesn't show that you've spent any money. And you were appropriated, let's see, $154,802 in utilities. Kindly indicate for us.
Maurice Wells.
Thank you, Maurice Wells.
Maurice Wells, that budgeted amount and at the start of the fiscal is backed out by OMB and paid directly from the Department of Finance.
Okay,
so we only
have
budget
they
the
sent you an
amount.
invoice or anything to validate that it has been paid?
They handle all of that internally, but I can get a figure if you need it, yes.
Yes, because you should also have a record, because this was a line itemized budget for you. So you're supposed to be able to have that level of checks and balance to assure that that is completed. Now, I also wanted to go through your budget appropriation. We had DOL compliance and reporting. You were appropriated $298,636. How much of that have you expended?
I'll get that figure for you.
Okay,
Because
while
it's
you're looking for
embedded-
that figure, Mr. Chairman, what was that?
No, I'll get the figure for you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I do have another question regarding your vacancies. So, Ms. Kanagata, I suspect that this question would be for you. Kindly indicate to us how long the Director of Unemployment Insurance position has been vacant.
When I came to the department, it's been vacant. Director Halyard is the acting director. We haven't.
2 minutes.
Years.
Yeah, it hasn't been filled
I'll
to
just
date.
answer that, Senator. It's pretty much based on the plans were to
Not
actually
so
start.
long. Don't be too long-winded. I'm sorry, Commissioner, because
I will.
okay, I just asked the years. Just
Been
tell me
vacant
the
since
years.
November.
Since November when?
Since November of 2019. And so
Okay,
Director
thank you.
Halyard has
That's
been
it.
doing a dual role.
Who's been doing the work?
Director Gary Halyard has been doing a dual role of the acting director of unemployment insurance and the director of Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Have you been compensating him? Because that's what is happening in government. You have human beings that are in acting, and then you have these vacancies, and they are completed and performing in these dual roles, and they are not compensated. My
Yes, we are,
question
Senator.
is, you're compensating him?
Yes, we are, Senator.
And okay, I'm not going to go into, because that's more so personnel. So he isn't just, which position is he in?
He is the director of Bureau of Labor Statistics, and he is the acting director of the Unemployment Insurance Division.
Okay, and what percentage? Just give me the percentage. Hold up. Just give me the percentage that you are compensating him from the Director of Unemployment Insurance vacant position.
Director Wells, please.
Just a percentage.
The percentage allocated to the unemployment is 17%.
17%. Are there any other functioning positions that are vacant that you are also doing that for, and you've used that methodology and approach for to fill some of your vacancies and have those persons operating in dual positions?
Time.
Mr. Chairman?
No, Senator. That's the only one.
That's the only one. Okay, now, Mr. Chairman, I do have one final closing question, if you would allow me.
Senator, make it short. Go ahead. Make it short.
Thank you kindly. I am a short person. I'm going to do it. Okay, so why is it you're not looking at getting these 7 people who are who are temporary for unemployment and putting them in these vacancies? Is that going to be part of your strategy?
Part of the strategy, Senator, what we're doing is we're making it available for them to apply, and many of them have applied. And when they apply for their vacancies, then they go through the interview process, and they have an inside track because most of the time they're doing the work. But once the vacancies are posted, they apply like everybody else and go through the process, and that's what we've been doing.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And again, thank you for the leeway. I deeply appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Mr. Wells, you may proceed.
Senator Joseph, the number expend from that fund that you asked about is 200,000.
Now, which one is that?
The compliance and reporting.
Okay, thank you. Tell me again how many total vacant positions and how many new positions? You don't have to break it down by federal, just total.
Okay, for FY22,
No, 23.
23, we have vacant or total new and vacant.
Vacant first and then new.
For FY 2023, we have 2 vacant and 8 new.
Okay, but in the post-audit report, so...
And then we have 3 exempt in the vacant and 1 new. There's some discrepancies in the post-audit report. We noted. What I can do for you is...
So the post-audit report was sent, the information was sent a little while back. So you're saying that since then you have hired, I'm seeing 23 vacant positions.
Yeah, we have 5 people in process with NOPAs right now.
So most of those vacant positions that are listed in the post-audit report no longer exist.
Some of them don't exist, correct.
Turn to page 13 of 18.
Page 13 of 18?
Let's do page 12 first. Network system administrator, exists or don't exist?
That's in 23. We have not filled, we haven't posted, we haven't gotten that yet.
Exists?
Yes, it exists.
50% federal.
Yes.
Speak directly into the mic.
Yes,
sir.
yes, Chairman.
Next page, 13. Administrative law judge.
Filled.
Filled?
Yes.
Procurement specialist, 2 positions.
1 is filled, 1 is vacant.
Half federal.
Correct. Correct.
Turn the page. 14. Administrative officer, 2.
Currently posted at Division of Personnel.
So vacant.
Yes.
Employment, insurance, tax auditor.
We are setting up interviews as we speak right now for that.
Vacant.
Yes.
Labor relations specialist.
Vacant.
Administrative assistant.
Filled.
Workforce development specialist.
That's in process.
In process to be filled, you have selected somebody and NOPA is going through?
Yes.
Program monitor.
Vacant.
And all the new positions are still there? Workforce development specialists?
Those new positions, correct.
All of them are new for next fiscal year?
Correct.
Next page. Well, the Director of Unemployment Insurance, you said is vacant. Special Assistant to the Director, new. That's a new position?
Yeah, new position, just filled. Started yesterday.
Oh, that position is filled?
Yes.
And Assistant to which Director?
The Assistant Director.
Special Assistant to Director, to which Director?
Workforce Development.
Okay. Turn the page. 16 of 18.
Yes.
System Analyst 2.
Vacant.
Database Administrator.
Filled.
Unemployment Insurance Interviewer.
Vacant, but interviews are being set up.
For the 2 of them, they're still vacant.
For 1 of them.
1 is filled?
No, we're in process of doing interviews for 1 of them. We'll say they're both vacant until we select a candidate.
Administrative Officer 2.
Vacant.
Chief of Benefits.
Just filled.
Financial Analyst.
Financial Analyst, we're setting up interviews, so I guess vacant.
Disabled Veteran Outreach.
Setting up interviews currently, still vacant.
And the 4 new positions. Data Entry Operator.
That's vacant.
Employment Services
Filled.
Interviewer. Filled.
Filled.
The second one.
Filled.
The third?
Setting up interviews.
Okay. Next page, 17 of 18. Administrative officer,
It's post administrative officer vacant.
claims adjuster,
Filled.
claims adjuster 2,
That's vacant.
workers' compensation adjudicator,
Filled.
occupational safety and health officer,
Posted. We're waiting on names from division of personnel.
to include the salaries are correct for all of those.
Yes.
To the claims adjuster, 34,000. What's the qualification for a claims adjuster? Is it a degreed position?
I will have to look it up on the.
Okay.
Yeah, these are under workers' compensation.
Yes.
So, you know,
And all the worker compensation positions have been filled except the claims adjuster too.
So the new positions that you filled were new positions for this fiscal year also?
Correct.
Okay, and then you didn't, at the time the report was submitted, the one filled, so you projected them as new positions again?
Yep. Repeat?
They were new positions in FY22. Some of the new positions that you have listed for FY23 were also new positions in FY22.
To my understanding, yes.
Because if it's new position,
Yes, they're new.
you had to receive some type of
Funding too.
Okay. Point of increase, Senator James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I see here on the post-audit report, page 10 of 18, it speaks to the dislocated veterans outreach program, and I see that there are 3 different sections. And as far as the expiration date, most of the expiration dates are near September 2022, December 2022, and then next year, December 2023. Can someone just give us a breakdown of what's going on there as far as utilizing those funds and how we're getting a bang for our buck there when it comes to our veterans, dislocated veterans outreach program?
Maurice Wells, the grant that expired 9/30/2022, all the funds have been expended to date.
And can you just break down exactly what the funds were used for?
Personnel on fringe and to operate the program. Director Hodge could probably elaborate on that.
Please do. Just want to get an understanding of what's going on there.
Good morning, Director Hodge, Workforce Development. Charlene Hodge, Workforce Development. The Veterans out DVAP, the DVAP specialist, it's actually an advocate for veterans with special barriers to employment. So they gave that population special attention in finding employment.
And Mr. Chair, lastly, as far as the success rate of that program, is that part of your KPIs? Do you have an assessment, a report to manage how that program is doing, how we can better improve it? Can anyone elaborate on that?
Right. Senator, thank you for that. We've had a challenge with the DVAP because we've had a lot of turnover in the positions being vacant. So we have recently been able to hire this St. Croix person. That vacancy is for the St. Thomas position. We've been working to make sure, but the program is still, the veterans still receive all services and preferences, even though we don't have the full complement of the personnel. But it's working very well. It's a very good working program, and it's funded federally funded, and we have federal benchmarks that we have to report on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to place on the record when we do speak about vacancies and asking for necessary positions to be in the budget, that is a budget question. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you.
Chairman, can I answer your previous question?
Sure.
The claims adjuster too, the minimum qualifications, Associate of Arts degree, or 4 years experience, or the minimum of graduation from a high school equivalent to 6 years experience.
Okay, so associate or 6 years experience.
Correct, with a high school diploma.
34,000. Okay. Senator Carrion, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, no, good morning still to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifier. And I must say, Commissioner, I want to commend you for the Jack VI program with our young people. So I must commend you and your team for the awards and recognition to the department and to this division. You spoke about in your testimony about expanding the program. What are the plans of expansion? Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Thank you. The JAG program is jointly administered between the Department of Education and the Department of Labor. The Department of Education is planning to expand the program. So currently it's in the 4 senior high schools. So there's 1 program and 1 JAG specialist in each of the 4 high schools. The plan is to add 1 more in each of the 4. So there'll be 2 more in St. Thomas and 2 more classes in the St. Croix district. And that's the plan for expansion for the 2022-2023 school year.
And the funding source for these programs?
The funding source for the JAG program comes from our at-risk funding, and we get our funding from the Casino Commission based on legislation.
All right, what's the cost of the program?
The annual cost is a little over $700,000 a year, based on the combined resources of the Department of Education and the Department of Labor. And based on statute, the Casino Commission is expected to provide us with 50% of the operating budget.
All right. In your total at-risk disadvantaged youth fund, I didn't see anything there for FY23. So can you elaborate then what's the plan?
The plan for us is to get with the Department of Education as we do, and then write to the Casino Commission to indicate what the budgetary requirements are and the funding. Then they process, review, write us a check, and then that's how that funding source is.
Do you know how much is owed to the department?
Right now, again, they're current. They were able to. The last fiscal year, they received a check for over $335,000. Again, thank you to Chairman Pickering. And we're waiting on the additional costs for adding the programs from the Department of Education. And then we will submit that request to the Casino Commission.
All right. With regards to your staff, in your testimony, you have 54 positions that are federally funded for FY23. How many were funded in FY22?
Director Canigata or Director Wells would have to help me with that.
I'll defer to Director Wells.
Can you repeat your question, please?
Yeah, you have in your testimony 54 positions that are federally funded. How many are funded in FY? How many were funded in FY22? Because you spoke about you transferring some personnel from the general fund to the federal fund, and hence the reason why the personnel budget has been decreased. So I want to have an understanding how much you had before.
I'll get back to you with that response.
Please, through the chair. And also in the post-audit report, when I look at your professional services contract, Exhibit 7 and page 8, and also in federal grants section, Exhibit 8 on page 9, you're not really telling me what your actuals are.
2 minutes.
So if you could follow me to both of these. So for example, the federal portion of it in Exhibit 8, it really doesn't tell me, there you have your actuals, but I don't know how many were you awarded or what was obligated and what's the balance on each of these federal grants. Was that submitted to the post-audit?
No, it wasn't requested. All that was requested was the awarded amount.
Can you please?
I do have the expenditures for you.
Can you please submit that through the chair to the committee so we could know exactly what's the balance on each of these grant funds that have been awarded? Because all we're seeing here is the actual. And I'm really concerned about those that are expiring. For example, let's take the first one, occupational employment statistics, which expires on September 30th. of this year, your actual is 49,536. What was the amount that was awarded and what balance do you have?
Oh, we expended all of that money.
Okay, so that's what's important for us to have a clear picture of what was obligated and what balance. So if you could submit those. The same for your professional services and contract. We have here in the post audit report the amount, the period, and the funding source, but we don't have the actuals in that section. So are you outstanding with any payments to any of the vendors?
No, Senator.
So all vendors have been paid?
All the vendors listed have been paid.
Well, that's good to hear. With regards to the government insurance fund, on page 3 of the post-audit report, please just enlighten me. I see here that the government insurance fund is being used for utilities and supplies. Is the fund really intended to be used to restore lost wage, or it could also be used for this purpose?
Time.
This is the operating budget, this portion. So a percentage of the electricity is allocated to the government insurance fund for those employees that are paid from this funding.
Okay. And if I may, Mr. Chair, I was a bit also concerned with regards to your indirect costs. I know the colleague from St. Thomas was inquiring regards to the indirect costs. I see that on page 10 of post-audit report, the funding was used to pay for vehicles. But in the summary report on page 11, I'm talking about post-audit report, you have a zero amount there. So do the indirect costs fall under the local funds? And why are you showing zero in the indirect costs?
That in the summary section, that was just omitted. The number is 586,000.
Okay, so it was omitted. 500?
And 86,000.
And 86. And the purpose for using this, you'll submit it through the committee because we don't really have a clear understanding of what you're going to use your indirect costs for.
Yes.
Because you meant, it seemed like it's duplicating because you also have capital projects, some funds also appropriated for the same purposes. So we really need to know a breakdown detail of what you're going to use your indirect costs for. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Carrion. In reference to the government insurance fund, what's the source? What percentage comes to labor? Because I'm seeing last fiscal year, it's 4,267,728. This year is 1.9, and the year before it was 8 million in 21. What's the source as to why we're seeing a decrease every year?
Yeah, so Maurice Wells, our budget annually for our operations is normally between 1.7, 1.9 for government insurance fund. The increases that you're seeing are primarily related to funding received specifically for the benefit section. So for example, in 21, we had an increase of 7.7 million. So we had in and outpatient services of 6 million, 1.5 for sickness and accident, workers' comp. Debt benefit payments was 60,000. For 2022, thus far for 2022, we received an increase of 5,000. So 3.7 was for the in and outpatient, another 1.2 was for the sick. So is the difference in our operating budget and the budget to the end of the year is primarily due to the benefits received, the monies received from the Department of Finance.
So the 397,000 by the end of next fiscal year will change?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, Senators, if you have a quick question, let's go to a rapid round. Yes, go ahead.
Senator Joseph, thus far, we have paid 161,000 for electricity.
Okay, thank you so much. So we'll take a 1 minute recess and then we'll come back to a rapid fire round. This committee stands in recess for 1 minute.
A short one?
The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Before we go to our rapid fire round, Senator Gittins, I'll give you 2 minutes to ask one of your favorite questions. You may proceed.
Are you making me look like now?
It's a good question, Senator, and very important question.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, the question is premium pay, of course. We know that the Department of Labor has been working throughout the pandemic, just like our first responders, Department of Labor, the Department of Finance, and the Internal Revenue Bureau. So we want to make sure that these employees who have been working throughout the pandemic are taken care of. So the question is whether or not the department have submitted all the names of those affected that should be receiving the premium pay regardless of their salary.
Senator Giddens, the department hasn't complied
If
with
I
the
may,
requirement.
before you go, Director Kanigata, just wanted to preference by saying that in addition to our vital staff, remember we had approximately 48 to 50 individuals that were transferred from other agencies, and so we made sure that our listing, and we worked with all those other agencies to ensure that all those other individuals that came to us or the other agencies to help out were on the list. Director Kanigata, please proceed.
Well, before you open a door, before Director Kanigata goes, where did those other employees come from? Agencies like where?
30 seconds.
I really
Director
got 2
Kanigata has
minutes
all the
alone, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead with your question, Senator.
Thank you, sir. I know how I ought to treat
Director
me.
Kanigata has all the information from all those other agencies.
Say that again, sir.
I said that Director Kanigata would be able to provide that information.
Okay.
The employees came from various agencies like
Pull it close or come close.
Director Kanigata. The employees came from various agencies like VIPD, Sports Parking, Recreation, etc. We had the compiled listing. So when we had the listing from Division of Personnel, it was reviewed. I contact every specific agency to make sure they were covered and followed the compliance with Division of Personnel. Everything was submitted, and the employees are slated to be compensated, they said, by August 31st.
So you're the director of what?
Human Resources.
Human Resources. So who were the employees, or what positions or agencies came over to work with you during the pandemic that the commissioner is referring to?
Like I said previously, Virgin Islands Police Department, Sports Parks and Recreation.
Okay, one second.
Okay.
The whole police department didn't come to
No,
work
it
for
didn't.
you. So I am asking you, what positions, who are these individuals, not the individual names, but what positions would have come over to you? Is it staff from their HR division, from their finance division? Who came over to Department of Labor and worked with you during the pandemic?
It was various classification. It wasn't high-level classifications, more like receptionists, clerks, etc. That kind of assists with the UI process.
Okay, so various
Yes.
administrative
Yeah,
positions
various.
came over to help augment your outfit there. Is what
Correct.
you say. Okay, thank you. So how many employees were affected from Department of Labor? Because those from the police department I know would be submitted, but specifically from the Department of Labor.
It was a very concise listing. I will have to look it up. You want a total number? It was
And I'm asking this to just about every agency that's been working, because up to just now coming here, I'm getting calls and messages inquiring, and at this point, I'm only referring people to the Office of Management and Budget who should be able to really answer these questions. So what I'm trying to do is ensure that the respective agencies did in fact submit what they needed to submit to the Office of Management and Budget, and to include those making the over $70,000 threshold that they speak about, that all it requires is justification for those individuals. So you had anyone falling into that category of over 70,000?
Yes, we have a few individuals that did fall in that classification, and we had to put them in that specific category because of the salary level.
And did you submit the information for them as well?
Everything was submitted
Thank you so
in a
much.
timely manner.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Commissioner, do you have anyone else working at the Department of Labor who is in a dual role, performing more than one job duty?
The Assistant Commissioner Legal Counsel has a slash. But for other than that, no, everybody else, we've been breaking out to make sure that the pure positions are there. There was a 2-for-1 theme in the Department of Labor, and as we grow, we're breaking out those workflows and working with the with DOP and Department of Division of Personnel and getting job descriptions to clearly identify the workflow as a part of restructuring. So it's only Director Halyard and the Assistant Commissioner Legal Counsel are the two slash. Actually, there's one more, Patricia Shorter Cook, who is our contracts administrator slash researcher.
Okay, so make sure that there's nobody else that is performing more than one duty, and if they are, please make sure that they are compensated. You kind of locked out having an assistant commissioner and legal counsel for the monies that you're paying. I'm seeing that the directors are all over the place in terms of salary. Is it because of years of service, or there's no consistency? So is it a years of service thing, or is it just no consistency? You go from 70 all the way to 90.
Well, when we came in, there was a consistency of really underpaying the directors. And so what we had to do, again, looking at it, for example, the unemployment insurance director was 60,000. That was the budget. We have raised that to 85,000. And so what we did, we worked through our restructuring process and worked again with government personnel to be able to reorder and restructure the divisions and the directors based on what they're doing, their workflow, their everything else. And then we had to then work within each unit, because with the raises that we gave, some of the rank and file was making more than the directors.
So you say all of that to say what you're going to try to stabilize or normalize those positions. Right now you have a director making 70, and you go all the way up to a director making 92,700. Is there an effort to try to bridge the gap?
It's right now, those directors that are making 70, they were moved from what they were making 60. What we've done, like I said, within each of the units, we've looked at...
I know the part, Mr. Molloy. That's not what I was asking. I just said you have a $22,000 or $23,000 range. If at some point you're going to try to bridge that particular gap, which could have been this year, because you're under, I think you're under budget from what we allocated. At some point, I think the strangest thing with the government, you see directors in one entity making all, and they're making 90-something. You go to the next department, they're making 70, and next department, they're making 80, 60. At some point, we got to try to equalize some of these positions. Mr. Wells, give me some actuals. You had actuals, you submitted actuals up to what? Up to March. Yeah, that's tell me the actuals up to May or June. I know you got May 30th for sure. Do you have June 30th?
3.6 million total.
Total?
Actuals. In July is when we received the balance of our FY22 allotment.
Okay, so if you're 3.6 million total, and July is almost 10 months, so 9 months. That's 1.2. You're only going to spend barely $5 million this year.
No, we have a plan to expend.
No, yes, that plan got to come through us if I want to.
It is. We're going to come. We coming in our
a supplemental budget? Oh, so you're assuming that this body is going to approve the supplemental budget?
We're just presenting it and hoping you approve.
So what are some of the areas that you plan to switch?
What happened is throughout the fiscal, we received, with a different time period of hiring, we had a lot of vacancy savings. And in some other areas.
Hence the question I asked about normalizing director's pay, because you have a tremendous savings in personnel. Not hundreds of thousands. You're probably going to save $1 million in personnel easy. Right or wrong?
Look like you have a cheat sheet, sir.
So you have the capacity now, Commissioner, to have some flexibility, especially with exempt position, and especially if they're individuals that are working hard and doing good. If they're working hard, you could decrease the pay. I don't care what. Those that are really going above and beyond, you have an opportunity now to try to normalize some of those positions. Especially 70 to 92 is a wide range. I mean, you don't know, one person might have a lot more responsibility, but it's still quite a wide range. So you have an opportunity to look at that. We're going to go on rapid fire round because I see the next entity is here. So no more than 1.5 questions. So the blind, you recognize?
Only have one. Yeah, Commissioner Molloy, in your testimony, you spoke to the audit findings of December 2016, and in 2019, you stated that your Department of Labor determined that the VIDOL had 54 high-risk findings. And you also stated that in 2022 that you have removed all the high-risk findings and have drafted an official letter to request the U.S. DOL regional office to be removed from the high-risk destination. So my question is, I have 2 questions. The first question is, when did you actually finish addressing those 54 audit findings? And does it have any effect on your funding level in terms of impact because of the high-risk destination? And that's my question.
Thank you for that question, Senator. The Director Wells can talk about when we kind of wrapped up the last findings, because those audits, the Business Administration Division has been working very diligently on those fiscal audits and those findings. And so again, at the end of this, right now, we have cleared all the findings where we have submitted and drafted that. We drafted the letter and submitted for preliminary review because we want to make sure that we are not missing anything for the U.S. Department of Labor before it's sent to our final federal grants officer. In terms of the impact of funding, having a high-risk designation always puts that at risk for being a high-risk grantee. So right now, it is no definite impact, but it always is a potential. Director Wells, anything about the date?
In May 2022, we took a trip to the regional office and we had an in-person meeting and we were able to rectify the last bit of differences, so to say.
I'm happy to hear that. And thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time. Thanks for your responses.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Commissioner, remember the short answer, okay? With a rapid fire round.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, do you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Revenues collected by OSHA or fines, have those numbers? Any fines issued by amounts?
Director Wells?
What's the question?
OSHA, the fines, any fines collected, any revenue generated from OSHA?
Director Andrews.
Director Andrews, Director of OSHA. No, at this time, we have not collected any fines during this year from the public sector agencies.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you, Commissioner.
What about the private sector, Mr. Andrews?
We don't have authority.
You're not?
Assistant Commissioner of Legal Counsel, we do not have authority in the
Director.
private sector.
So no authority over the private sector?
No, we do not.
Okay, thank you. Senator James.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I see here where you have various adult programs, youth programs. I just want to quickly ask, when it comes to the youth program, do you still have that connection with the night school or the C-Tech school down there at the St. Croix Educational Complex? And which one of these grants, is it federal or local funds that are used to fund that program. Can you just give us a status update on that?
Director Hodge, this is all under workforce, even though youth is the definition. 17 to 24 is the federal definition for adult, youth and adults, so there's a crossover, but that falls under Director Hodge.
Yes, the Charlene Hodge, Director of Workforce. We do have CTEC, Department of Education is one of our training providers, so we do pay for scholarships for customers to attend the training there. So they are one of our service providers.
I don't really think the question was answered.
Restate the question.
The question was, I see various grants and funds here and what have you. I'm trying to find out the funding source for the program at the CTEC Night School and the status as far as how is it active, the success rate, because I had complaints with individuals came forward and they would say like, okay, we don't have enough individuals to start this class, or whatever the case may be, so then it just do not start. So I just want to know the status update on the success rate and the funding source of this program to determine the success of this program.
Just to remember that that's combined between education as our partner. What Director Hodge has explained is what we do. The customers come through. We refer them to those programs, and we pay for them to attend those sessions. And so the numbers in terms of determining would be that program provider.
Okay, I will have another conversation. Sorry, proceed.
No, I'm saying it's federally funded with our Workforce Innovation Opportunity dollars. That's the WIOA funding.
Yeah, we'll have a conversation with you offline. I don't want to abuse my time, but I really want to get that project up and running as we speak about the governor talking about construction being his main focus moving forward for the next 5 to 7 years as far as bringing in revenues. We have to focus on that night program. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator James. Senator Sorrow.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. A and B. So over the term of the pandemic, you had a lot of employees that had to push and push and push and work beyond the normal time. But I don't see your overtime salaries is really $7,651. Is that accurate?
Yes, a lot of it over time was we were able to use other funding sources to be able to do that. But Director Halyard or Director Wells will talk more to that.
Where did you pay overtime from, Mr. Wells?
Yeah, a lot of the overtime for Maurice Wells, a lot of the overtime for the UI division was paid with the use of the penalty and interest.
Oh, that's why. What was that amount then?
I'll have to get the exact amount for you.
Okay. And part B would be just some advice on this whole recruitment. When you look on the websites, let's do Phoenix, for example, and you search the internet, Phoenix always tries to ensure that you go to their school. Or while then, I suggest that the Department of Labor come up with a scope of work or find a contractor, find the amount of the contract and run Google ads. So when people are surfing across the 50 states or the region, find where your geofence would be and highlight that region. See BIT behind you, they could help you with this. Find a region and run your ads in the region while surfing the internet, and then you are able, because just building websites make no sense. People need to be able to surf the internet and the ad pops up looking for work in the Virgin Islands, and then you have to go to Wallen or Phoenix by the time they finish advertising. So Mr. Chair, thank you for the time, but they really need to better utilize the funding in recruitment to run massive Google ads if we are to fill the workforce void. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Assistant Commissioner, Council.
One of the things I wanted to clarify earlier is that the MOA we have with the RT Park also has an individual who was hired as a part of that project to be able to do some of the groundwork. So it's not just the website, but I do acknowledge your point that as many places as we can to advertise and bring people in is important. Thank you.
The person is hired under DOL or under the RT Park?
Under RT Park.
Okay. The increase in the unemployment insurance to businesses, how is that working out with Carter? What's the increase? What did we increase? We increased something 2 years ago. What was it?
We increased the payment rate to individuals who are off island. So we had about 3%, and we increased it to 47.7%.
From 3%. And how was that working? What's the feedback you're getting from?
Significantly better feedback in terms of the timeliness for the individuals.
Okay, I'm going to come back around with a question. Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, which one of your programs focus on second chance program or candidates, individuals that are seeking a second chance, and how do we incentivize those individuals? And I'll tell you that I see what you mentioned about 1050 in one of your, in terms of your salary. The plazas of the world is offering $13 for baggers and cashiers, and they can't even hire individuals. We have to up the ante if we're really truly going to be able to get people to work. So tell me which one of your program, again, recognize and at least address the issue of second chance programs.
Thank you for that, Senator. It's being addressed through our workforce development division. And we also have the additional programs that we're outreaching to the employers. The WOTC program, which is the Work Opportunity Tax Credit Program. There are about 35 companies in the territory that we're working at because there's certain incentives for second chance opportunities. But everything is being done through the Division of Workforce Development. Director Hodge.
Thank you. Senator Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have a question, and it's just a follow-up to my other question I had asked in the first round. Kindly indicate to us, Mr. Wells, what costs are absorbed under the DOL compliance and reporting. And then I have one other final question, Mr. Chairman, if you would allow.
That's only for personnel and fringe.
So you have a different personnel costs are also absorbed under DOL compliance and reporting, those costs?
Yeah, that was just a
You already have a line item, personnel services, and now under DOL compliance and reporting, you also have personnel costs are being absorbed under that line item? Is that what you're representing?
Yes, that was specifically for just compliance and reporting. So those employees are specific to that function. That money was...
Okay, that's...
Go ahead.
Yeah, but they're personnel. So, okay, I'm not going to belabor that. So the other question I will have, Mr. Chairman, would be, tell us, Mr. Wells, do you have to also comply to an A133 single audit?
Yes.
When was the last audit conducted?
We are in the process of... We just had the kickoff for the FY21 audit.
Okay, and your FY 2020 audit was completed?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, if we could get a copy of that audit report, I will be very grateful. The fiscal year 2020. Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman, for the leeway.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Joseph. It's, what is it, FUTA? Okay, that's the one that went dramatically increased because we weren't collecting the right amount at one point, correct? And then we had to...
The FUTA.
And that was, again, an act of the legislature of a senator that claims to fix everything that destroyed that particular tax. So what are you hearing from business owners?
Based on that, that's the federal unemployment tax, and the issue is the Department of Labor having to borrow on behalf of the employers to make whatever benefits in terms of payments.
What's the feedback from the employers? What's the feedback from these establishments in reference to the drastic increase?
The feedback is that increase is basically any time the Department of Labor carries a balance in January, there's an add-on. So it's about 3.9% that they have to pay right now. And then the penalties and interest.
Penalties and interest. Penalties and interest. Penalties and.
So the employers pay the principal on loan, and then we still have to pay the interest on that loan every September. So the employers are complaining, and we are working very diligently, and this is tied to the payroll variation that we mentioned in the testimony and getting it rolled out.
Right, so I was just asking you in reference to the additional cost, because the cost has increased. What feedback are you getting from the businesses in reference to being able to pay that additional cost?
Director Halliard, any update?
Gary Halliard, it all depends. Yes, some are complaining. Some, it's on the footer side that I think they're really feeling the heavy weight. And the footer is that at the year end, they pay, each employer pays a SUTA, which is our tax for our trust fund, and then they pay the federal footer. And since they don't get an effective tax rate of 0.6%, and it has been going up because we've had an outstanding loan for the last decade, that is where we're getting the complaints as far as the hardship on some businesses.
So I know it increased, what, 2 years ago or a year ago? 2 years? That increased.
It has been increasing. It has been increasing for a little more than 2 years ago. I think what you may be referring to is us changing and going to the payroll variation or the experience rating, and we're in the process right now, as mentioned in the testimony, of building out the payroll variation scripting, and then going to have an employer portal. And we expect that coming in the 2023 tax year, that's when that payroll variation is going to go into effect.
Assistant Commissioner.
Just to add, Nisha Christian Hendrickson, Assistant Commissioner, Legal Counsel. We've also asked for a waiver from the federal government to freeze the rate so that it doesn't affect the businesses to a certain degree. We're waiting for that feedback from them.
That's the answer I was looking for from about two minutes ago, because it's just going up all the time. We got to look at those individuals who have businesses and the impact that it has on them. So I'm glad that you requested that waiver, and I hope it goes through. Senator, carry on.
Quickly, in the post-audit report, page 8, Exhibit 7, where you have the professional services and contracts. How are their funds allocated to 3 different vendors if there is no vendor assigned?
If I may?
Yes.
Assistant Commissioner, Legal Counsel, Nisha Christian Hendrickson. We do have vendors assigned in those locations. For some reason, it wasn't placed in the post-audit report. But for the court reporter and the translator services, the vendor's name is Language Line. And I'll get you the name of the other one. But we do have vendors assigned. For some reason, they weren't populated.
So advertising and marketing services?
Yes. 1 second, I'm going to pull the name.
And the period also of the contract.
Okay, I'll get it for you by the end of the hearing. 1 second, please.
Good, Senator?
Yeah, that's it for me.
Okay, thank you so much. Commissioner, we have exhausted all the questions. I'm going to allow you to put a closing statement on the record.
Thank you, Senator. I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank this committee for the opportunity to share with you the Virgin Islands Department of Labor's budget request for FY 2023. I want to continue to say a special thank you to the Brian Roach administration, the Office on Budget team, my fellow colleagues, the cabinet members, because we couldn't do a lot of the payments and the structures without getting them working out together. And just to let you know that this budget is adequate to address the immediate priorities of the Virgin Islands Department of Labor. And, I want to thank this opportunity to thank the Vital family for hard work and dedication, and to continuing to service the people of Virgin Islands the best way that we possibly can, and we continue and will maintain that commitment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. The Committee of Finance will take a 5-minute recess. And colleagues, we're going to go straight to BIT so we can get out of here early. The committee will be in recess for 5 minutes. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Next before us, we have the Bureau of Information Technology. I'm going to allow the director, along with the members of his staff, to put the name and title on the record. Beginning with you, Director.
Good afternoon, Rupert Ross, Director of the Bureau of Information Technology.
Next.
Harris, RF Administrator.
Good afternoon, Hasina Harris, Finance Manager.
Good afternoon, Mark Bao, Network Systems Manager.
Thank you. And you have some individuals taking part virtually?
Yes.
They may proceed. Put your name on the record. Mr. Wallace.
Hi, good morning. Romel Wallace, Project Manager, IT Project Manager, BIT.
Next.
Good afternoon, Zaki Abdul Rashid, IT Project Manager, BIT.
Next.
Good afternoon, Deputy Director Jonathan Tucker, BIT.
Thank you. Mr. Ross, you can proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman, Senator Kurt Aviele, members of the Committee on Finance, other members and staff of the 34th Legislature, listening and viewing audience. My name is Rupert Ross. I am the Director for the Bureau of Information Technology and Chief Information Officer for the Government of the United States Virgin Islands. Also representing the Bureau of Information Technology is Mr. Jonathan Tucker, Deputy Director, Ms. Hasina Harris, Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Mark Bao, Network Systems Manager, Mr. David Paris, Radio Frequency Administrator, and our IT project managers, Mr. Zaki Abdul Rashid and Mr. Romel Wallace. We are here today to support the Bureau of Information Technology's proposed budget for fiscal year 2023. We will provide an overview of the Bureau's Government of the Virgin Islands aligned enterprise IT strategy and present an overview of BIT's new organizational structure and highlight some of our initiatives and projects as we work to achieve better use of IT and communications resources and implement enterprise solutions to make departments and agencies more efficient. Our goal is to provide a robust infrastructure to enhance GVI operations across agencies, improving the government's capacity to deliver better services to the U.S. Virgin Islands residents and stakeholders. The Bureau of Information Technology, the Bureau, or BIT, was created in 2003 under Title III, subsection 10, to develop a comprehensive technology strategy for the government of the United States Virgin Islands. This strategy based on the BIT Charter and further envisioned by the governors supports and promotes the use of innovative technology solutions to improve business of government. BIT's organization-aligned enterprise IT strategy prioritizes the integration of the GVI's organization's goals with the BIT's goals to establish the overall strategy and business objectives. The strategy focuses on business process improvement and mature digital transformation objectives and strategies to improve the overall resident experience, to improve responsiveness and increase return on investments. Although the roles and purposes of GVI departments and agencies are different, we share one underlying objective: to offer seamless and satisfying customer experience that has a positive impact on service outcomes. Traditionally, agencies throughout the government of the Virgin Islands manage their budgets, their IT budgets, and operate IT in their own functional silos, each dedicated to their own area of focus. However, there has been a philosophical shift towards improving the collaboration between BIT and GVI agencies so that GVI business needs and goals can be anticipated and considered throughout the decision-making process. BIT's techniques have encouraged GVI departments to work in favor of improving communication and participation across departments, This improved communication and collaboration will further foster improved efficiencies, economies of scale, and overall better services for our residents. Our organization-aligned IT strategy is defined based on how technology should be used to achieve business goals of the government of the Virgin Islands. To achieve this strategy, BIT must prioritize our initiatives and investments. These initiatives are the methods we use to support our agency stakeholders in achieving their goals. It demonstrates how we will align our resources, efforts, and budget to support the business of government. Next, I'll provide a budget overview. The Bureau of Information Technology's budget recommendation for fiscal year 2023 is a little under $12.5 million. The recommendation supports personnel services at about $1.6 million, fringe benefits at about $689,000, supplies at $107,000, and other services and charges at about $10.2 million, and utilities at $70,000. Our general fund budget requests. The Bureau requests $1,587,306 in personnel services and $689,314 in fringe benefits to fund 27 positions. Funding has been included in fiscal year 23 to implement salary increases to all Bureau personnel. 19 positions are filled, 7 exempt and 12 classified non-union, and 8 positions are vacant, 3 exempt and 5 classified non-union. BIT's vacancies include adding a Chief Information Security Officer, a Chief Technology Officer, Business Relationship Manager, Service Desk Manager, Project Coordinator, Accounting Analyst, and 2 Help Desk Specialists. During fiscal year 22, BIT filled 2 network analyst vacancies through internal promotions, resulting in vacancy of the 2 help desk specialist positions. We are actively working to recruit individuals for the CISO, project coordinator, and accounting analyst positions. We will begin recruitment of the 2 help desk specialist vacancies upon receipt of the approved PRFs from OMB. The CTO position is cleared to be filled within the next month. The Business Relationship Manager and Service Desk Manager positions are new positions budgeted for fiscal year 23. The Bureau requests $107,000 for supplies to support the purchase of new upgraded IT and communication equipment, furniture upgrades, fuel for vehicles and other vehicle supplies, and the purchase of other related supplies in support of the ongoing operations of the Bureau. The Bureau requests $10,202,301 in other services and charges to fund janitorial services contracts, exterminating services, AC, and other maintenance offers, office lease agreements and storage rental, burglar alarm system service agreements, and other security-related services, various communication bills such as telephone and internet service agreements, travel training requests, and the Bureau's membership, participation in various professional organizations. Also included in other services and charges are our miscellaneous funding initiatives as follows. The Bureau requests $570,010 under the BIT licenses G1 to support ongoing initiatives for various software licensing and support services. The funding allows BIT to upgrade and maintain devices and enterprise software solutions that directly affect business efficiency and success of the GVI through improved security, performance, and technical resolution. There's a breakdown in Exhibit 2. The Bureau requests $3,996,991 under the BIT maintenance of IT infrastructure to support ongoing initiatives to manage all emergencies and incidents, enhance communications and interoperability, and improve response capability. The goal is to improve and upgrade the emergency communication and IT infrastructure concerns within the government of the Virgin Islands. This maintenance funding supports the upkeep, upgrade, and repair of equipment that supports public safety communications and is vital for the safety of the community responding officials. These funds also support IT equipment upkeep, upgrade, and repairs critical for GVI to effectively support its citizens and stakeholders. The Bureau requests $5,100,000 under the BIT Microsoft Agreement and Support Contract, renewal for ongoing services and licenses for Microsoft products. The agreement covers all software licensing and updates for the government of the Virgin Islands, personal computers and users. The Bureau's enterprise agreement with Microsoft also grants the government access to a wide range of IT support services, including IT staff training, health and risk assessments, and best practices. Microsoft support team provides continuous hands-on assistance and immediate escalation for urgent issues, which speeds resolution and keeps the government's mission-critical systems up and running. Our operating model. As BIT has adopted an organization-aligned enterprise IT strategy, we have adopted a new operating model foundationally based on industry standards and best practices, such as Project Management Institute, PMI, ITIL, and the National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST. These operating models are used to continuously mature our organizational structure, addressing the new The operating models are used to continually mature our organizational structure. Addressing the new operating models allowed for the review of the Bureau's operational activity centers. Previously, BIT had one operational activity center that absorbed all the activities and outputs of the Bureau. It became vital for BIT to add operational activity centers for a better reflection of our operations. It became equally important to identify operational activity centers that will equip BIT to meet the needs of the future. The exercise resulted in a new operational activity centers organized into 5 functional areas, each having a discrete set of processes to enable the priorities of the Bureau. The functional area comprise of the following: Office 1, Office of Administration; 2, Office of the CIO; 3, Project and Portfolio Management Office; 4, Infrastructure and Operations Office; and 5, the Risk Management Office. BIT also reclassified some members of our existing workforce in fiscal year 2022 as necessary to further develop, retain, and recognize existing personnel for their continuous service. To streamline resources in alignment with the governor's mandate for greater efficiency, effectiveness, and accountability, employees were assigned new job profiles to match their current duties and responsibilities. This was also done to ensure the Bureau's workforce is aligned to meet the needs for the advancement of the Bureau's initiatives. The mandates of some of the Bureau's functional areas are described below. The project and portfolio management provides standardized and effective project management practices across the IT landscape, including an identified project management methodology, tools and resources, project prioritization, and all steps from project initiation through to evaluation, as well as education and development for project managers across IT. The office is responsible for the high quality development and delivery of new solutions and improvements and production of customized business reports. Through this function, IT will have improved agile processes to respond to new initiatives and will be able to deliver high quality services and insights in a consistent manner. The project and portfolio office currently has 2 IT project managers. We expect to increase staffing by hiring a project coordinator during fiscal year 22. The Infrastructure and Operations Office is responsible for managing the physical, hardware and software and virtual cloud solutions that supports the enterprise, systems, networks, and storage necessary for IT service delivery. This includes maintaining system security firewalls, network switches and routers, network management, installing and patching hardware, monitoring assets, and configuring, deploying, or provisioning servers. The Infrastructure and Operations Office is responsible for on-premise and virtual environments. The office also focuses on optimizing the Bureau's resources to anticipate and rapidly adapt to the needs of our GVI stakeholders. The office is responsible for the applications, processes, and platforms that support IT and business functions. This includes configuring, installing, and maintaining software, as well as database management, preventing downtime, disaster recovery, and deploying and integrating new technologies. The Infrastructure and Operation Office currently has 1 network systems manager, 1 radio frequency administrator, 2 network analysts, 2 help desk specialists, and 1 web technician, and 3 radio frequency technicians. We expect to increase staffing by hiring 2 additional help desk specialists and a chief technology officer during fiscal year 22. Also, we are budgeted to fill a service desk manager position in fiscal year 2023. The Risk Management Office is responsible for identifying, measuring, and addressing property, liability, income, and personal exposure to loss. The office works with internal and external agency customers to lead the creation, implementation, and management of enterprise efforts for information assurance, security, privacy, and risk management. The office directs, coordinates, and implements the overall cybersecurity strategy and policy for the executive branch. The office also manages security awareness training for GVI employees and assists in developing data management, data governance, and data specification standards to promote standardization and reduce risk. The office also assists in developing digital identity standards and specification applicable to all parties who communicate, interact, or conduct business with or on behalf of the government of the Virgin Islands. The goal of the risk management is to the preservation of the physical and human assets of the organization for the successful continuation of its operations. The Risk Management Office currently has 1 information technology specialist. We expect to increase staffing by hiring a Chief Information Security Officer during fiscal year 2022. I'll provide some accomplishments from the Bureau. BIT provides the IT enterprise reliable, contemporary, and integrated technology products, tools, IT managed services, and project management services to support and facilitate government actions and activities. We have prioritized working diligently with our key stakeholders to establish an IT infrastructure that enables GVI departments to fulfill their operational efficiency mandates. BIT is currently managing a host of IT initiatives, actions, and projects to transform the way GVI departments operate and deliver services to the citizens of the Virgin Islands. Earlier this year, BIT rolled out IT Managed Services program. BIT procured IT managed services to further improve an overall IT environment of the government of the Virgin Islands and experiences of all users of government services. BIT has successfully implemented the ServiceNow IT Service Management Platform. The introduction of the enterprise-grade platform empowers the BIT team to modernize and streamline IT service management by improving team member productivity, increasing the efficiency of IT service delivery, improving the forecasting and efficiency of IT expenditures, reducing the impact of incidents, and improving the effectiveness of program management, resulting in an overall improvement in delivery and utilization of IT services for GVI agencies, and the overall experience of GVI end users that utilize BIT services. The IT managed services has augmented BIT's support and expertise and has transformed the way BIT manages end-to-end delivery of IT services to customers. In the next few weeks, BIT will be introducing the ServiceNow Citizen Service Management CSM module, therefore modernizing the way agencies such as the Bureau of Motor Vehicles and the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs provide services to people of the Virgin Islands. BIT can quickly create the workflows needed to ensure that the right person has the right information to quickly fulfill resident services while simultaneously ensuring that residents understand the progress of each of their requests. The Managed Services Program provides BIT a team of industry experts who are working with GVI's IT staff in support of the following objectives: network maintenance and support. BIT has established a 24/7/365 Network Operations Center in St. Croix, ANOC, managing and administering all managed network devices within the boundaries of the GVI-wide area network and local area network. BIT is poised to deliver an IT infrastructure with maximum flexibility in adapting and migrating to new technologies. System administration support. BIT provides an end-to-end managed service offering to monitor, maintain, support all the government operating systems from the GVI's workstations to the servers. Service desk support. BIT provides service desk support and day-to-day technical assistance to departments and agencies for the reporting of incidents and submission of IT requests for service. Cybersecurity support. BIT has enhanced its cybersecurity services capabilities to include continuous monitoring and management of systems that are onboarded to the BIT domain. The Security Operations Center that has been established in St. Croix utilizes a combination of software-based tools, hardware, and most importantly, a small team of engineers and technicians to proactively manage supported systems. The SOC has improved incident response, increased system compliance and visibility, enhanced collaboration with vending partners, and federal support services to improve the overall security posture of the GVI IT infrastructure. Cloud advisory support. BIT utilizes our public and private cloud technologies to provide the highest level of cost-effective, reliable, next-generation cloud services to the GVI. Data storage advisory. BIT provides storage solutions to support the GVI's current and future needs while centrally managing all aspects of operations. BIT provides the government-wide enterprise email productivity and collaboration specialty software and services by utilizing Microsoft Office 365 cloud-based solution. The solution includes Microsoft Word, Excel, Project Teams, SharePoint, Visio, and PowerPoint. As part of the Microsoft 3-year enterprise agreement, BIT provides the Office automation and collaboration tools such as Microsoft Teams, which has effectively integrated people, content, and tools to be more engaged and effective. The enterprise agreement also includes access to a wealth of online, moderated and unmoderated training for GVI users and IT professionals. BIT also provides GVI agencies access to our Microsoft Azure Cloud and storage computing environments. Active agency collaborators include the Bureau of Motor Vehicles, Lieutenant Governor's Office, the Department of Labor, and BIT stands ready for additional onboarding of GVI agencies to the Microsoft Azure Cloud and storage solutions. We are also managing the GVI Transparency Portal website in this environment. BIT is currently in conversations with Microsoft to establish a new agreement to begin in October 1, 2022. The new agreement will maintain and add licenses for end-user support services, security information and event management, SIEM, and cloud application security. The agreement will also expand our Azure capacity and integrate additional GVI agencies in our digital transformation journey. BIT recently completed renovations and upgrades to our data center facilities. BIT now has a data center system set up in both districts with an elastic cloud environment for disaster recovery and continuity of operations. BIT has successfully deployed the territorial private cloud solution in both districts with high availability and redundancy. That means key systems are replicated to prevent system downtime in the event of unexpected incidents. Our public and private cloud environments shift the focus of IT within departments and agencies towards delivering business value for the residents of the Virgin Islands. BIT has worked collaboratively with GVI agencies and departments on a myriad of service quality improvement projects. The Bureau's IT project managers are currently managing the implementation of the Public Safety Camera Initiative and the Computer-Aided Dispatch and Records Management System implementation. Also, BIT is finalizing the release of an RFP for the procurement of public safety in-vehicle mobile data routing solution implementation. The mobile data routing solution will allow first responders the ability to establish data communication back to 911 dispatch and a records management system for sending and receiving information critical to the services they provide. The video feeds for the first phase of the public safety camera project are now online, and there is an expectation to expand video feed locations as the project proceeds into phase 2. These public safety focused projects augment public safety agencies with the ability to communicate and respond more efficiently using technology. BIT provides the GVI users access to Adobe and DocuSign software projects. The software products provide a platform for GVI users to secure electronic exchanges of signed documents. The DocuSign digital secure technology platform provides the most secure form of electronic signature while accelerating approval processes and eliminating the paper-related costs. The solution serves as a platform for government agencies to secure electronic exchanges of contracts and signed documents. BIT procured the MyGov business license credential management and GIS mapping web-based solution to provide GVI departments the ability to automate interactions with constituents. The subscription allowed the Department of Agriculture to establish an online tracking system designed to give constituents convenient access to government products and services. BIT procured a policy management web-based solution to create, distribute, and manage policies, procedures, and forms. The Bureau plans to roll out the solution in August of 2022 and establish a platform for policy authors to group, assign, and forward policies across the government of the Virgin Islands. This single source library will first centralize all of BIT policies and procedures and forms. Users will find the immediate benefits of transparency and access to their policies while enjoying the two-way communication to the policy author for asking questions, posting concerns, and reporting on an incident. BIT has activated an ongoing process that starts with training GVI employees about basic security and principles and threats, then continues with practical security awareness education and exercises. The goal is to create an environment where employees feel empowered to be active participants in their own security. While the program's first year provided some level of success, there were a few lessons learned. We recognize how important it is to set clear-sighted expectations and goals and continuously measure the program's effectiveness. We are looking forward to improved results. The start term of the program's second year is expected to begin October 2022. BIT has procured 2 Plum Explorer 5G ready cases to expand availability of mobile high-speed internet and voice communications throughout the territory. The expansion provides GVI departments and agencies with a portable, secure, reliable connectivity to any Wi-Fi enabled device. The Plum case serves as a critical lifeline in emergencies and is trusted by life-saving organizations like FEMA, the Coast Guard, the U.S. Army, and the VA to coordinate effective disaster response. Provide a little overview of our fiscal year 2023 and beyond. BIT continues to strategize and develop its roadmap to ensure we are executing the mission as required by our agency charter and the directives of the governor. Even more so, our GVI service delivery outcomes are determined by how successfully we manage and maximize our digital transformation, which profoundly transforms business and organizational activities, processes, and competencies and frameworks. Digital transformation and our organization-aligned IT strategy are very important as technology innovations have changed the role of technology leaders. The speed of innovation has brought a greater urgency to business change. As we continue to focus on key low-hanging fruit, our goals are to execute the following. Governor Bryan's objective of digital transformation for the government of the Virgin Islands. Continuation of aligning BIT with its statutory framework and mandates as outlined in Title 3, subsection 10 of the VI Code. Present a comprehensive digital transformation strategy and roadmap that directly supports BIT's charter, vision, and mission and purpose while ensuring government and mature frameworks underpin the IT strategy. Align technology innovations with the services of all agencies of the government of the Virgin Islands. Promote and support the use of information technology transformation to benefit the residents of the Virgin Islands. Ensure that all GVI agencies are transforming their IT in accordance with the GVI organization and BIT's enterprise strategy and roadmap, which will ensure optimal use of IT resources. Create the organizational change required to deliver the needed change in customer service that is desired for the organization and the enterprise. The Bureau of Information Technology could not have achieved this level of success without the continued support of the Governor, the Legislature of the Virgin Islands, the Office of Management and Budget, the Department of Finance, Property and Procurement, and the Department of Justice. In addition, BIT would not be successful without support of our agency collaborators, including but not limited to the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency, VITEMA, Division of Personnel, Bureau of Motor Vehicles, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, Department of Health and Department of Human Services, Department of Agriculture, the Bureau of Internal Revenue, and the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. In conclusion, on August 23rd, 2019, I testified before the legislature at my confirmation hearing on the vision I had for the Bureau of Information Technology. Sterling Holloway once said, if you don't know where you're going, any road will take you there. Developing an enterprise strategy based on frameworks, governance, maturity, and organizational change are foundational to the efforts and success that have been achieved by BIT over the last year. So we know where we are going. I'm determined as the CIO and director of BIT to ensure that we are executing the mission as required by our agency charter and the directives of the governor, but even more so, because our GVI service delivery outcomes will be determined by how successfully we manage and maximize our business transformation. Digital transformation and IT strategy are very important as technology innovations have changed our world into faster, easier, and cheaper. Business models are changing, the role of technology leaders is changing, and the speed of innovation has brought a greater urgency to business change. As GVI leaders, we should view digital transformation as our organization's ability to identify innovative uses of both emerging and current technologies, and by digitally transforming our agency strategies and operations to enhance our missions as we engage with customers, improve the customer experience to the benefit of all the residents of the Virgin Islands. To conclude, I would like to thank the hardworking, committed team members at the Bureau of Information Technology, without whom I would not be here, and none of our accomplishments would be possible. I would specifically like to commend Ms. Hasina Harris and Mr. Victor Edney, our Employees of the Year. Thank you to all our vendor partners who have helped us assess our current state, envision our future, and determine the gaps necessary to fill and to achieve our goals. I am proud to be a member of the BIT team. Thank you, Finance Committee Chair, Senator Viale, and the other members of the 34th Legislature for giving us the opportunity to testify on the budget, on the Bureau's budget for fiscal year 2023, and I trust that you will give the Bureau your continued support. My staff and I are available to answer any questions you, members of the Finance Committee or other senators may have with respect to fiscal year 2023 budget requests that I have presented today.
Thank you, Mr. Ross, for your testimony. Colleagues, we're going to go directly to a line of questioning. 5 minutes. Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. Director Ross and your supporting team there with you, and thank you so much for your testimony. I believe I might go to Ms. Harris. Good afternoon, Ms. Harris.
Good afternoon.
Let's go to page 5 of 15 in the post-audit report. Can you explain to me in terms of supplies, because I know in the testimony, Mr. Ross mentioned what's under the category, but it fluctuates. In 2021, it was 1.6 million. This fiscal year, 22, 3.4, but next fiscal year, 170,000. That's a $3.3 million difference. Is that an error or something going on in that space?
Good afternoon, Senator. That fiscal year 2022 appropriation, it actually includes the miscellaneous section of the budget. It's incorporated in that line item.
So, but then still 107,000 down from 2021, which from 1.6 million.
Right, and for 2023, the 107 doesn't include any miscellaneous appropriations.
Okay.
The miscellaneous section will be appearing in the other services category.
Okay, I'm clear now. Thank you for that. Go to page 11 of 15. On the rental properties, I see I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 listed for some 395,000. The lease terms shows that, are they on a month-to-month for these different leases?
Some of them are on a month-to-month. Like for instance, we have Royal System. They're on a month-to-month. That lease expired in November of 2021, so we're waiting on the executed lease agreement.
From 21?
Correct, yes.
From 21?
Yes, November of 2021.
You know we're in July of 22, right? So what? No, but in all seriousness, what are we doing to assure that the leases are updated on a regular basis to assure I'm saying that we're in compliance and we protect it basically?
Right. Yeah, that's a conversation that we continue to have with the Department of Property and Procurement. It's a collaborative effort. We're working together to try to get our leases current and online.
Please work on that. It will be much appreciated. Your professional service contracts. Everyone have been paid? Everything up to date? Page 12 or 15. Because there's some $9.3 million worth of contracts.
For the most part, all payments are up to date. We pay based on milestone deliverables. Yeah,
2
so
minutes.
For the most part, we're up to date.
Okay, let's go to your vacancies, Director Ross. How many vacancies? I know you mentioned several positions, etc. in your testimony, but how many vacancies do you have total for 2023 fiscal year, and at what level are they funded?
The vacancies that we have currently are 8 vacancies, and they're all funded at 50%.
50%?
Correct.
And how much have you lost any positions this fiscal year?
No, we haven't. We have reclassified 2 individuals from help desk specialists into network analysts. So as a result of that, help desk specialists became vacant.
Okay, very well. That's good. So how long have those positions been vacant though?
We started off the fiscal year with 8 vacancies. I would say that we successfully filled the 2 based on the reclassifications. And so we have a total of 6 vacancies from this fiscal year, and we added an additional 2 for 2023.
And for the other 6 that have been vacant since the beginning of the fiscal year, how close are we to filling those vacancies? What's your challenges? What's the challenge?
We continue to recruit utilizing divisional personnel NeoGov. It's just that we haven't really been getting a good pool of applicants to be able to move to the next step.
So we lacking skill set here in the territory, you feel?
For me, I would say yes.
So what about training though? What do you do in terms of training in-house?
We recently launched a platform, Stormwind, where we purchase a license for each individual employee to be able to get training and development and establish certification in different IT subject matters.
Because if you can up-train in-house, then you can promote those individuals and then onboard other individuals to take their slots, or try and be creative in other ways to assure that you can fill those vacancies, because your department, the department is very important in terms of government and security, etc. In closing, Director Ross, let's go to your security, especially cyber security. I know we have had attacks in the past. How have they been since you have had that individual on board to assure and assist you with the cyber security portion of your portfolio?
Yes. So our cybersecurity, the cybersecurity is a daily or an ongoing effort. We average about roughly 20 attacks a day that we respond to. Some of them are more serious than others, but we have improved in our overall score as it relates to our system health. We've reduced vulnerabilities by a percentage that I could share with you. We've also, obviously some of our issues are related to the training of users so that they could understand cybersecurity issues.
By what percentage have you improved your overall score? And thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Right.
Thank you, Senator Blyden.
So by 13.5% that we've improved our overall security posture.
Okay, thank you for your response, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. The Bureau requests $1,587,386 personnel services and $689,314 fringe benefits to fund 27 positions. Funding has been included for the FY23 budget to implement salary increases to all Bureau personnel. 19 positions are filled, 7 exempt, 12 classified non-union. So you see all of that's in the budget to pay them for the 2023, the GS employees.
Yes, we have exempt and non-union classified employees.
Okay, so you're requesting 1587 is your ask. In the post-audit report for 2022, the ask was $1,595,546. The ask now is $1,587,386. You took a budget cut?
Not necessarily. It's as a result of the positions being funded at 50%. So I wouldn't say that we took a budget cut.
Okay, because the ask for last year was higher. This year you asked a little less. They funded at 50%. It just seems the the fringe went down. So it just seems like it's. So we're saying they just cut off at 50% is what cut the axe down that low?
I would say yes, based on the vacancies that are being funded at 50%, that resulted in in a certain reduction to our personnel and fringe budget.
Okay, 'cause it just seemed like it's a little bit off.
Okay.
Now, where the employees work, territory-wide, what's the conditions of the infrastructure they need? 'Cause I see a capital outlay is zero, and I know you're paying rent, but do they need any repairs, any work done to the facilities for, make it better for the employees to be working in conditions?
Yeah, when it comes to conducting those type of repairs, we consider those in the miscellaneous section of the budget.
Okay, and how much money has been put aside for those kind of repairs?
I can get back to you, Senator, on that.
Oh, okay, because I'm saying when you put it in miscellaneous, then do we get a breakdown, or is there a breakdown to say, well, hey, you need a roof fix, or you need desks, you need chairs? You have a breakdown like that so we can see?
Yes, when it comes to furniture, that would be in our supplies portion of the budget.
2 minutes.
When it comes to repairs and maintenance, that would be in the other services portion, whether it's broken out in the regular general fund or the miscellaneous section.
Okay, and all the fringe are up to date for the employees in terms of GERS and anything owed?
No, nothing is owed at this time.
Okay, good. That's good to hear. Now, the one thing I don't understand, and it's not to say, I guess, a fault of BIT, but it's where each department has their own MIS, basically. So how does BIT, every department purchasing their own services and stuff, so I don't understand how is the collaboration with BIT in doing that. And for BIT to take over those departments, I don't know if that, I guess that's probably the overall plan, but do you have a cost as to what it would take to, that BIT can control the system for the entire government?
So I understand your question. Yes, other agencies do operate IT in their agencies. There is a portion of IT that's I want to say that we want to clarify that MIS and IT aren't really exactly the same thing. We need to understand that doing the business or having the subject matter expertise for the business of the agencies, that's one thing. And then providing the infrastructure and the things needed for the security and all of those other things are proper IT, separate and apart. As far as the way how the agencies go about formulating their numbers in order to be able to provide for their IT needs outside of BIT and provide for their MAS needs outside of BIT, it's not structured in a way that we can extract that information. We've had conversations with OMB about implementing that. I think that it was beyond the period of time for this particular budget year, but the goal is to work with them in this off period between October and December to figure out how we could extract that information from their budget.
Time.
Okay, so you, in closing, Mr. Chair, do you have a basic cost as to what it would be to integrate all of these systems into through BIT for the entire government? And then you run that portion of it, and I don't know if there was a cost breakdown for it?
No, I don't have a cost breakdown.
Don't have it. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
And thank you, Senator De Graaf. When we do produce a budget, if you go back to the budget that we approved last year, we did not include a miscellaneous section. We actually had a line item for maintenance of IT infrastructure, BIT license fees, and we're going to go back with the same format because we don't like the $10 million just there. That's why you get so much questions like, what is it? So we're going to itemize it out like we did last time. And in fact, your budget is a little higher this year than last year. And there is an increase in personnel and there is an increase in fringe benefit. It's small for fringe, but personnel is about 168,000. You said that is going to cover raises and a position?
Yes, and the positions, right.
Okay. Senator James, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I see here with a SmartNet contract for VIPD camera project and allotment for $200,000. I think that's for rent, right? It says annual rent. Is that a mix-up? Like in the post-audit report, it says annual rent, but I guess that's just the cost for the project.
Continual operations or continual services and support for the cameras that we installed last year.
Okay, can you just give us an update of that camera project?
Sure. So all the cameras have been installed. I think that they are in operation. VIPD is using them. We're in that phase where there are some final reports and training that need to happen so that we could close out the project phase of it and go into support and management of it.
And I'm assuming with the cameras now being online, is it uploaded to a cloud? How is it stored?
It's stored at the facilities at VIPD in both St. Croix and St. Thomas.
No, I'm talking about the actual content.
The content is stored at the facilities in.
But it's in a cloud.
No, it's actually the NVR, the network video recorder, is a device at VIPD in St. Thomas and St. Croix.
And as far as a backup battery, that is in place as far as, say for instance, power was supposed to go for 20 to 30 minutes. We have some level of continuity there?
So each camera has the capacity there are batteries on each camera. If the power goes out, there's a period of time that they'll continue to operate and save information locally, and then when the power and the communications come back, it will be able to transmit.
And within this budget, have you factored in the costs for annual maintenance?
This is the annual maintenance.
Okay, understood. And as far as expending all the funds, we were able to expend all the funds. And do we plan to put up more?
Yes, so definitely there is a phase 2 that's planned. And also there's another initiative through Sports Parks and Recreation. So the phase 2 plan is through VIPD. We're working with VIPD and SmartNet to identify the locations and the amount of cameras. I think we have the amount of cameras that we're planning to put up. But that hasn't kicked off as yet. And then we know Sports Parks and Recreation also has been allotted some money to be able to put some cameras in the parks, and we intend to include that into this system as well.
Thank you for placing that on the record. And I see here you also have diesel fuel for generators, $7,000, and I am assuming that number was put in place way before the gas price went up. Do you think that would still be enough? We need to play with the numbers a little bit, just a little cushion just in case, or are we good with just that?
In the event if you have a storm, we require more. But on a regular basis, that's good enough.
2 minutes.
And my question, like, just briefly, how do we come up with those numbers? Based on past consumption? How do we come up with those numbers?
That's correct, Senator. Based on the past actuals, we do our analysis and determine the budget for the next fiscal year.
Okay, understood. And as far as the cloud advisory support and the data storage advisory, as far as the funding source, how do you go about financing these initiatives, and as far as long term and being able to sustain these initiatives? Because I'm all for the cloud instead of the old school model, because, go ahead.
So the cloud, the advisory support provides us with information and research.
Funding source, how do we fund it? And how?
Can you tell me which page you're referring to so I can?
If I'm not mistaken, that should be, that's page 8 of your testimony, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, go ahead.
Those are part of the IT managed services contract that we have online right now. So it's all incorporated. The cost is incorporated within that contract. It's a 3-year contract that kicked off earlier this year.
Thank you for placing that on the record. As far as cost-saving measures, if I'm not mistaken, I saw in a testimony where you had some some shift in where you have certain costs being switched to other funds. But as far as the overall cost saving measures, while still we will continue to give you the funding that you need, what cost saving measures have you put in place when it comes to this fiscal year budget? Any?
As far as the bureau is concerned, or
Yes, the bureau.
government, we're actually expanding our services. The goal is for us to be able to service the agencies in their needs. So we don't have any cost savings in our budget for BIT this year. The cost savings we want to effect will be at the agency where their operations are affected, that they don't have to pay for it on their own.
Time.
Understood. So it's indirect. What you're doing is an indirect cost saving measure to the overall government.
Right.
Understood. And thank you for placing that on the record. A lot of the questions that I was going to ask was asked by my colleagues before, so I'm not even going to extend my line of questioning. But thank you for all that you do, and I hope and pray as we move forward into the technological age that we continue to get younger people involved and get UVI involved to have a transition between when individuals graduate, they go right into the workforce, so they have to leave the territory and all that stuff. But that's long-term planning. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Sarah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. Looking at your professional services. Let's go back a second. Utility. We talk about that. I was eating lunch. Anybody ask you about utility?
No, not
okay.
yet.
You have a reduction in utility, some $30,000. Is that accurate?
That might not be accurate, but it is what was budgeted. It was based on our analysis at the time.
So,
Recognized.
2021, your utility was $294,434. 2022, it was at $100,800. 2023 at $70,000 with inflation, the rising cost of commodities, all of that, and you're seeing a $30,800 reduction in utilities?
I mean,
Tell me how you get
we
it.
will be working with OMB if we do come up short, but this 70,000 was based on our analysis and projection at the time.
So what are you, okay, so let's go back. On the 2022 appropriation, how much of the $100,800 did you spend? What was your actual in utilities? Let me start there.
I'll have to get back with you on that because that's managed by Department of Finance through the single payer fund.
Because I'm concerned as we go across this entire budget season, I'm seeing utility prices for agencies reduce when utilities go like this, and you submitting budgets of utilities going this way. It doesn't correspond with the reality of what we're facing now. So I'm really concerned about your utility costs. Moving to your professional services contracts, what was the system you were using? You have a new system in place, right? ServiceNow?
Yes.
I don't see it. I don't see it here. What is it under?
The ServiceNow platform is under the managed services contract with.
The which one?
Is it under the contract?
Yeah, under the IT managed services
Managed
contract.
services contract.
Under the
This is
IT,
the
where we at?
one.
If you're looking at the post-audit report on page 12, it's part of the Quantum Technology Group IT managed services, the 2.9 million.
Okay, so we're paying $3 million a year for this new service?
It's part of the services that we're paying for.
Okay, so what was the service we had before? Was it Fresh Desk?
Yes.
Okay, how much are we paying for Fresh Desk? Last post audit was roughly 10,000.
That's correct.
Okay, so
roughly.
we went from 10,000 to $3 million a year, correct?
The $3 million encompasses more than just
Okay.
service desk.
So here's a question now with the Fresh Desk. Did you activate all the features of the Fresh Desk?
2 minutes.
Did you really maximize what Fresh Desk had to offer? And I went to school for IT, but I born in the millennial era. So I feel like BIT, this body doesn't really hold you to the fire because you know, respectfully, we have a lot of tech-savvy senators, but overarching in the government, we still kind of archaic in our practices, so we don't really hold you to the fire, right? So in not holding you to the fire, a lot of things kind of go like this over the legislature. So did you honestly maximize the features of Fresh Desk?
I would say this, that the Fresh Desk system was a help desk system. We've changed over to ServiceNow, which is a service desk system. The help desk system that we had before, Fresh Desk, doesn't provide us with the fidelity and the reports and the SLA tracking that we needed. Whether or not we utilized it in its entirety, I would say no. But I'll guarantee you that it just doesn't provide the integrations that we need.
Okay, so let's go to ServiceNow, because I went Googling ServiceNow, and I'm seeing that ServiceNow is prone to cyber breaches, right? And a lot of companies are backing away from ServiceNow. Over 600 universities and local jurisdictions and governments have had breaches and their data exposed. And one of the issues that we have in this territory is data breaches. The VIPD been hacked forever and a day. And it's becoming a budgetary question because this body, and we're not really, cybersecurity is real. So if we have a system like ServiceNow that we're paying $3 million for, that is prone to all these breaches, what is your approach to that?
So the $3 million also includes our cybersecurity services that we're getting provided. That's where we were able to stand up our security operations center. We have 365, 24/7 monitoring of our systems now that we have.
Other states had the same thing and they were breached because of the glitches with ServiceNow.
Well, I guarantee you that I cannot guarantee that we'll never be breached. That's impossible.
Because I understand, but there's so many complaints right now on ServiceNow, and we still went with ServiceNow. So I'm just, and you know, this is a large amount of money, Mr. Chair. And if you could follow up on that. No? We have to come off the mic? Okay, I'm going to shut up right now. But if you could, just one last thing too, cybersecurity, ARPA funding. In the ARPA plan, there was some monies allocated for BIT for cybersecurity. Did you receive that money? What's the plan? How much have you spent?
We did not receive any money from the ARPA funding for cybersecurity. It was a part of the ARPA grant. We knew at the time that the infrastructure bill was coming out and that cybersecurity would be a part of that. So the goal was to be able to utilize the infrastructure bill in order to be able to do cybersecurity.
So what's the amount you get?
We haven't gotten any yet because they haven't released the notice of funding obligation yet for the infrastructure bill. It was expected earlier this year and then this summer, and now it's still pushing.
Okay, thank you so much, Senator. We're going to take a brief 2-minute recess before we conclude with the final 3 senators. This committee stands in recess for 3 minutes. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Okay, so we just completed the millennial. You're a semi-millennial, Senator Francis, or? A millennial plus 20. So, you recognize Senator Francis.
2.0. Or millennial to a 2.0. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon. Good afternoon to everyone.
Good afternoon.
And BIT, I really want to say cheers and kudos. I truly appreciate the work that have been done in respect to this digital transformation or mature digital transformation that we've been hearing about today. And the conversation today is really about customer service. It's really about moving the needle on this particular issue. And I heard the previous conversation, but we can't talk about improving networking system and building a cybersecurity world that, again, there's no possibility of ever guaranteeing there won't be a breach, because individuals continue to find and seek ways. Every time something is built out, they seek ways to at least breach the system. But we have to have this conversation about money, funding. You know, you could have a Sprint or a Lexus. You could have Kentucky Fried Chicken or Chick-fil-A, right? It's really how much money that we want to spend into being able to have a secured system, and we get what we pay for. So if we truly want to be a government that speaks to cybersecurity protection and moving this digital transformation forward, we have to put our money where our mouth is and really come up with the funding to support that. So I'm hoping that today, while we're having this conversation, because in fact, we have an opportunity to really move the needle on this particular issue, that we could really talk about some increased funding to really support BIT. I had the opportunity in 2018 to visit the smart city in Taiwan. And again, it was really quite revealing, and Senator Viale, Mr. Chairman, you were there as well, you know what I mean? And we saw what was happening there. I mean, so the possibilities are there, but we have to put our money where our mouth is, and a lot of times we ask, what is the chicken or the egg that comes before us? But again, we have an opportunity. I had an opportunity as well to visit the NAC. I don't know if you know that I was there.
Yes.
And really look at how we're developing that whole network operations center. Can you take a little bit of time and just kind of, on layman's language, speak to what's happening at the NAC?
All right, so we term it the GNASC, the Government Network Operation and Security Center. This is where we're building out the enterprise network. So what that really means in layman terms is that all of the network connections and all of the information that they provide about security and about traffic and information going back and forth comes back into the GNASC. We're able to respond to incidents a lot quicker. We're able to identify problems a lot quicker, guarantee uptime in the offices and stuff like that.
So this is a little bit of a success story for you, right? Certainly because I was present, and I was the vice chair to Senator Saru, who was actually the chairperson when you came before us.
2
and
minutes.
You spoke about this digital transformation at that time, August 23rd of 2019. So you are seeing some reality developing here as we go along. Is that correct?
Yes, that's definitely the case. So the $2.9 million that we're using is a part of the services that we're getting in order to develop the NASC, in order to be able to focus on organizational change and transforming the digital services that we're providing to the constituents of the Virgin Islands, as well as aligning us with that Title III, subsection 10. So a lot of that is coming out of this 2.9.
And organization change is never easy. You have individuals that want to continue to operate within their silos. So I wanted to ask you, what is the collaboration that's occurring between you, the RT Park, VI, NGN? What is happening in that space where you're having this discussion about this whole digital transformation?
So we more collaborate with VI NGN. Our collaboration with VI NGN is focused in the area of the infrastructure that they can provide us, the connectivity that they can provide us, as well as the bandwidth that we need in order to accomplish our goals. We also talked to them about their things that they're doing with their broadband initiatives and the expansion of broadband throughout the territory. But that's the main impetus for us to get together and talk about what they're doing, what we're doing, and how we could leverage their systems.
And technology, again, technology is what we need in this government. Technology is what we need in the Virgin Islands to really move us forward on this particular issue. And I must say, I'm happy to see that at least our surveillance cameras discussion continue to grow some branches. Because at the root of this issue, I felt like the lonely voice in the wilderness talking about surveillance cameras. Today I'm hearing my other colleagues weighing in on it as well, so I'm happy to see that. My time had been called, but I really wanted to ask you, if all the stars were aligned, what type of funding do you believe will be needed to support, your vision and really the furtherance of this whole mature digital transformation? And I know that you're already sent down here with a order not to ask for any additional monies and all that kind of stuff. I've been a commissioner, I understand that. But truly, if the stars were aligned and this body, which continue to challenge you and support you, what would that funding look like?
So I'll say this, there are opportunities for us to be able to grow the organization and mature the organization. We're following the ITIL principles. Those principles talk about start where you are, focus on simple stuff. We do it in iterations. We don't just try to do it all at one time. So I think what we have today, this iteration to bring us to the next level, is what we really need.
Oh, very well. And I'll tell you that 10 years ago at the Virgin Islands Police Department, we were talking about GPS. We were talking about CAD, computer-aided dispatch. We were talking about RMS, record management system. We have had all the surveillance cameras. We've been having this discussion 10 years ago. So I'm hoping that we don't wait another 10 years before we really move on this particular issue. Again, congratulations to you and your team for the work that you're doing. And I'm in full support. And again, I don't serve as a member of this committee, but I will be beating the drum to make sure that there is some additional funding that's thrown your way as we move towards this mature, transformational, digital transformation system. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Senator Carrion.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to you, Director, and to your team. Let me start by asking you for FY22 budgetary challenges, if any, you had within your department.
I wouldn't consider it budgetary challenges. I would say that that the Bureau of Information Technology suffers, like any other government, for being able to adequately pay expertise.
Speak closer to the mic, please. Yeah.
Yes. So I would say that we can't compete with private industry as it relates to the salaries of highly technical and skilled subject matter experts.
So what are your recommendations, or what has your department is planning to do differently in order to try to solve that challenge?
So we've been focused on, we don't need all subject matter expertise all the time. So hiring individuals to come and work for the government for long periods of time doesn't really help us. So we've been focused on how can we get that in professional services so that we could get those subject matters experts in, get their expertise, and then release them.
All right. Looking at your budget request for last year, I see there's some differences when I was comparing the one from last year and this year. So you had last year, there's a decrease in the grass maintenance at the tower location in St. Thomas. I didn't see anywhere within your report where is the grass maintenance for the St. Croix tower location. I know last year in your report it was $21,420. Nothing is showing up in your budget request for this year for the St. Croix portion. St. Thomas is $90,720. I see there's a decrease, which is good, I guess, in savings to $72,000 projected for FY23. So where is the maintenance portion for St. Croix located?
Can you tell me which page you're referring to, Senator?
In your Exhibit 3,
Okay, the grass cutting at 72,000.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, that includes St. Croix as well.
Oh, that includes
Yeah,
St. Croix.
it combines
Well,
St. Thomas and St. Croix.
Okay.
2 minutes.
Because it's not stated there, though.
Right, yes.
That was a typo.
Okay.
Okay, so that includes St. Thomas and Croix. I'm glad to hear that because, last year with both of them, we were talking about $110,000, and now both are included to 72. So what are the actuals with that for FY22? What have you paid so far for both?
For St. Thomas, we have one contract, and the actuals thus far is $38,950
And that's to what date?
up until June 30th.
30th. And you said the actuals are what, 38?
Yeah, 38,000. The contract value is 49,200.
Okay. So you over projected here, I guess, in the costs last year.
No, the service went out to bid, and last contract was the bids that came in. That resulted in that cost.
You got you. And then some other things I wanted to kind of get clarity on. I know the IT Service Management Initiative. Last year, in your budget request, it was about $5 million. Is that the quantum technology group that you're now referring to in FY23? That you're projecting that $2.9 million?
That is correct.
Okay. So why has that decreased?
At the time when we requested the budget of $5 million, we were still waiting on proposals to come back in. So when it was finally awarded, the result came back at about $3 million per year.
So what are your actuals with that? How much have you paid Quantum Technology Group thus far?
Time.
Right now, we have paid them $1.3 million thus far.
And so you're projecting to pay them how much to close off this FY21, FY22?
$3 million.
$3 million.
Yeah.
All right. So did you receive the total then $5 million? What's the plan with the balance of that? It was appropriated within the budget. Because we're talking about $2 million over projected.
Yeah, so $3 million was appropriated in the budget.
Just the $3 million,
Yes.
not the $5 million.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That's it, Senator. You have any more questions?
Yeah, with regards to your capital outlays, I didn't see anything. Are there any plans in the future to purchase your own building?
There is no immediate plans to purchase our own building.
No immediate plans.
No.
All right. Very well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. You recently brought your deputy director on? That's a recent position? I'm trying
Deputy director came on in early last year, early 2020.
Okay.
21.
Okay, thank you for that. Senators, do you have any other questions? Anyone has a burning question? Senator Francis?
Director, just quickly, in respect to the all of the other agencies within government that have their own, I guess, own IT director, how are you collaborating with them to make sure that there's a total buy-in? And is this decision being driven down from the governor to make sure that everyone has a seat at the table, and in fact they're falling into the vision, to make sure that we're moving in the right direction?
So we meet with the IT managers throughout the government every 2 weeks. We're changing that meeting into a governance meeting where we're going to be making decisions on IT matters for the government. We're trying to separate IT matters from business matters, and we're putting together a governance structure where business items are decided and pushed down to IT, and then IT meets to decide how to implement those business items and stop conflating the two. So we meet with them every 2 weeks, and they're buying into what we're trying to accomplish.
Okay, thank you so much, Senator DeGraff. You good?
One final question. Do you generate any revenues?
No.
No?
we do not.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Is there a possibility to?
I don't think so. We operate at the no. There's no opportunity to.
Okay. When you look at the various budgets, you see different IT items under each department. So Armley does a good job. Those are my friends, but you'll see them within 6, 7 different departments. Should there be a mechanism to try to facilitate through BIT for certain services, like if you have website design, blah, 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 you just put it through BIT and then it goes down to all the other departments, and to have all of these separate contracts? What's your thinking on that?
So I think that's a decent idea.
Decent? Thank you.
I haven't thought about that before in that way, but it is a discussion that we've had with OMB early this year, and then also we're having that discussion so that when we go into after budget October 1, then we could start talking about next year's budget so that we can organize that.
Because I'm thinking if we bundle that particular service for all the different departments, we could get probably have more bargaining power and be able to get some better prices overall, and then you would be the one that's really administering it instead of just individuals from every single entity. So something to think about. Point of inquiry, Senator General Sorrow.
Thank you. You have any GVI fellows over in the BIT area? So many people in college now studying MIS and computer systems and cybersecurity. Are you a part of the GVI fellows plan?
For the upcoming cohort, we're intending to have some members from the GVI fellows, but we had 6 interns this year.
So there's a real like and need for what you do. So those are the areas that we really should be amping up on.
You have 6 interns, for summer?
Yes.
Okay. Senator Carrion.
Yeah. Regards to your lease agreements for the towers, are those agreements on a year-to-year basis? Have you considered having long-term agreements? If not, because I've seen the increase from last budget cycle when you were here before us. For example, the one at Flag Hill Towers site, the lease agreement, went from $146,000 to $175,000. So how are you handling those lease agreements? We're talking about almost a $30,000 difference.
Right, that's the budgeted number. That lease is still under negotiation with our property and procurement. So we budgeted in the event that it goes up. So we haven't, as soon as we receive the actual agreement, we'll have a better handle as to what the actual cost will look like.
Well, information is out there, what you budgeted for. So, I mean, if for property owners hearing this today, and this is what you budgeted for, so that's what I'm going to charge you. So, but are these year to year then type of agreements, or?
Well, the term is defined, it varies for each lease agreement. Property and procurement been advocating like for those lease agreements that we pretty much not going to get out of to make it long term to
Yeah,
lock
like
in
10
the cost.
or 20 years, and you save
so-
on the cost and get a better deal than
Right.
having an increase,
Right, yeah.
exponential amount. So please look into that, please. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You guys getting heated up now. Point of increase and into the graph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It goes right back to, and it's a burning question, but it's going to be a hypothetical situation. Basically, VIPD had a cyber attack, but they were hacked. If their system was through BIT, what it is I was alluding to, would that have occurred? And again, hypothetically, I ain't going to say yes or no, but just hypothetically.
No, I wouldn't say that if it was through BIT, it wouldn't be hacked. And the reason I say that is because, I kind of tell this story because most people, don't understand IT, they don't understand cybersecurity. But it's like a home built to withstand a fire. You're never going to just have a home that's going to withstand fire. But what you're going to do is you're going to have building codes, you're going to have different things that make it safer for you to be in that home. Then you're going to have some things like smoke detectors and the like that will tell you if you had a fire. And then if the fire breaks out, then you have a response to it. You'll have the fire department that would come to it. Cybersecurity is similar to that. You're not guaranteed never to have a cyber incident, but there is things that we do to protect. There's things that we do to make sure that it's hard for individuals to get in. Then there's also things that we do to prepare for an issue, so a response. So that's how best I can describe it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
So would you have been the building code and the fire alarm system and everything? I think the overall question was whether or not it would have been harder to breach the system if it was under BIT.
Yes. So
yes.
The answer is that we provide those building codes as requirements for systems. Yes.
So, after this incident happened, has there been a discussion with BIT to come under?
To come under BIT.
For PD to come under. System to come under BIT.
Yeah. So we interact with VIPD often. They've taken a lot of steps, not yet to come under BIT. We always talk about providing the right services.
Okay, so wait, the one contract you have is ServiceNow, right? That's the company?
ServiceNow is the tool that
they're using. Okay, and the contract that you have is applicable to all the other departments within government?
Yes, it is. Yes,
okay.
it is.
Does PD have ServiceNow?
I think there's more to it than that. There's more to it.
Tell me.
Okay. So ITSM, IT Service Management.
Wait, never make the question easy. Can you give me a technical answer? I just want to know, is it safer for them to go under BIT? And does it make sense? And that's all I really want to know. Is it smarter to transition over to BIT?
We're building towards that. We're building towards that. They're not over at BIT yet, but we're building towards a safer government of the Virgin Islands and to bring everyone under BIT.
Okay, that's a question I wanted answered. Senator Francis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just an offset of that, I think that's why it's critical to have the CISO, because then that person will be able to glean all of the information that coming from the satellite agencies and making sure that they adhere to those building codes that you spoke about, correct?
Yes, that's correct. That's what the CISO's role would be, yes.
In addition, I think it's critical that we share with the public as well, and this is a courtesy of the post-auditor's information that, in fact, BIT was created or established under override. It was vetoed back in 2003 in respect to legislation that was being passed. So it's really a legislative mandated creation, and that's why it's critical for us to continue to support and fund this entity because it was born right out of the legislature of the Virgin Islands. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that. Colleagues, I think we have exhausted all of our questions for BIT. I'm going to allow Mr. Ross to put a closing statement on the record. Mr. Ross?
So thank you, Senator Ville and the legislature for considering the budget that we've provided here today. I look forward to a positive response and your support. I'd like to thank the team at the Bureau of Information Technology. I'm definitely not the smartest person in the room, so I need to be able to depend on them, and they're very dependable. We're going through an organizational change effort, and I really appreciate the work that they do, and I just wanted to be able to put that on the record. I'd also like to thank my colleagues in the Brian Roach administration for their support, and obviously I'd like to thank Albert Bryan, Governor, and in his efforts to support our needs. With that, thank you, and I look forward to continued support.
Thank you so much. I'm just kind of giggling to myself because every entity that come before us have the exact same ending this year. I wonder if the script was written someplace, but exact same ending. I'd like to thank blah, blah, blah. I'd like to this. I'd like a budget hearing. We're going to mark this thing up or down and make sure that this government is able to continue to function. And God bless the Finance Committee for the work that we have done over the past years to make this government financially solvent by making hard decisions and cutting budgets and getting blows. But when they begin to reap the benefits, everybody say the economy is great. No, they're not saying the work that the Finance Committee have done over the last number of years. So thank you so much for your testimony. Thank BIT. Yeah, we have an honorary finance member, so let me don't say the Committee of Finance alone. Plus the honorary, the 2.8, the 20, the plus 20 is an honorary member and has been here during the hard decisions from back in the syntax days when we had to make hard decisions to stabilize this government. And we're reaping the benefits now. So I just want everybody to remember that. The Committee of Finance, we have a long day tomorrow, so we have an early day today. The Committee of Finance is hereby adjourned.